Of Australia's southern coast, koalas have stripped entire stands of trees. With few natural predators, koala populations can double within just a few years, overpowering the hardy eucalyptus. It's deforestation at the hands of one of the world's cutest and cuddliest animals. While the forest in parts may not recover, some koalas are now being relocated to save them from self-inflicted starvation. The animals that eat leaves and grass keep plants in check. Or in the case of the koala, sometimes overdo it. But the creatures that eat fruits determine which plants even get to grow. In Borneo, macaques act as unofficial tree planters. Unwittingly transforming the jungle as they move. Whenever they can find them, the troop gorges on fruits, which make up over 60% of their diet. It's always a race to get to the best treats first. And squabbles often break out. The choicest selections devoured, the troop hurries on its way. They can travel up to 2 kilometers a day, carrying the fruits in their stomachs and depositing the seeds they contain far and wide. The trees whose fruit they favor are planted throughout the forest, to the benefit of many birds and other mammals who also feed on the fruits. However, the macaques can also stop the spread of other plants. When the monkeys eat too many flowers from one plant, they can prevent it from even producing fruit. So it pays for plants to grow tasty fruit, but not to put any attractive flowers on offer. Luckily, this water hyacinth is a noxious weed, imported from South America for its striking blooms. So the macaques can eat all they want of this floral arrangement. In Australia, there are no primates to help plants disperse their seeds. But there is a giant bird who can get the job done. In the country's northern rainforests, the towering cassowary rules the roost. Second only to the ostrich, it is one of the tallest birds in the world, and the largest fruit eater in this neck of the woods. Trees with some of the largest fruits rely solely on the cassowary to transport their seeds. It's the only animal with a gullet large enough to swallow the pods. And they consume hundreds of fruits each day. Once inside, digestive juices in the bird's stomach strip the flesh back to the seed itself. which is then deposited in a clump of humid fertilizer, giving it a head start in life. Without their avian ally, many seeds would fail to germinate. Some trees are more closely linked to the big bird than others. The seeds of the endangered Riparosa tree germinate 92% of the time when they've passed through a cassowary, but only 4% of the time if they go it alone. So wherever the cassowary moves, it dramatically changes the entire structure of the rainforest. While some animals have a green thumb, others have had success in the earth-moving business. The Australian wombat is a subterranean excavator who helps plow the soil down under. Weighing as much as a large dog, wombats are one of the world's largest burrowing animals. Their warrens can comprise of 90 meters of tunnels. That's almost the height of the Statue of Liberty. Their homes take a lot of work to maintain, but wombats are born burrowers, with sharp claws and shovel-like feet. After cleaning up indoors, this female heads outside. It's the late afternoon, almost mealtime. But first, she takes a dust bath. Wombats can't sweat, so it's thought they turn the topsoil to get to the cool layer of dirt underneath. It's the wombat version of a cold shower. But in the process, she's shifting huge quantities of soil. It's a daily routine that is of particular importance to her home turf. Australia is the oldest continent on the planet. Over millions of years, most of its mountains have been eroded away. And its soils have been leached of their precious nutrients. Tilling the ground improves soil health by mixing in organic matter and improving water penetration. It also helps spread fungi, important for plant growth, meaning more food for grazers like wallabies. Underground, the wombat's warren serves as a sort of water tank during heavy rain. And by breaking up very hard soils, she helps trees to establish their roots. Although a bulldozer by nature, the wombat ensures Australian forests thrive. Even the oceans need their prime movers. When it comes time to breed, green sea turtles navigate their way, sometimes over hundreds of kilometers, to sandy shores and islands off the tropical coast of northeast Australia. On a heavy nesting season, over 80,000 females arrive to lay their eggs. After excavating a shallow depression, each female meticulously scoops out a small chamber for her eggs. Then she covers it all with sand. She leaves behind an area of 12 square meters of finely churned sand. During a mass nesting season, almost 4 square kilometers of sand is shifted and moved. Their work done, the excavators return to the ocean. As the young hatch out, the sand is shifted again. But each year, many nests don't hatch. The nutrients are absorbed by the dune vegetation, helping to stop erosion. Without the nutrients left behind by sea turtles, many beaches would simply wash away. The distribution of nutrients through every environment is vital for their health. Whales act as giant mixers of the seas. These humpbacks, like many whales, can feed at great depths. But they must return to the surface to breathe. When they do so, over 40 tons of whale smashes through the water column. Leaving a swirling tornado of nutrients and tiny microorganisms in their wake. Life is suddenly transported through every depth of the ocean. This whale pump is crucial. For most of the sea is a watery desert. Sparse patches of microorganisms, which all other animals in the food chain rely on, float like oases. But they are few and far between. The whales not only help spread these nutrient-rich patches around, but fertilize the surrounding waters with their own urine and excrement. They're able to bring life to even the most barren waters. The organisms who benefit most are tiny plants, called phytoplankton, which underpin the entire marine food chain. Like plants on land, they harness the sun's energy to grow and release oxygen in the process. Although smaller than the diameter of a human hair, phytoplankton are so numerous, they can form giant blooms, which can be seen from space, and are responsible for producing 50% of the oxygen in the air we breathe. Rich in iron and nitrogen, the whale fertilizer helps keep these plants growing. In some coastal pockets, the ocean also has its own meadows. Seagrass is the only flowering plant that grows in the sea. When it forms into giant fields, the grass helps slow down ocean currents, creating a calm haven for many animals to occupy. Like the North American prairie, these meadows have their own caretaker. The manatee. Sometimes called sea cows. They are ancient mammals, thought to have evolved from four-legged land animals some 60 million years ago. The manatee prize the network of fleshy stems at the base of the seagrass, called rhizomes. Adults weigh around 450 kilos and can eat a tenth of their own weight each day as they punt along the seafloor, powered by their strong tails. A herd mows down 90% of the grass. This intensive grazing actually improves the diversity of the meadows by allowing smaller and slower growing grasses to compete, and helps prevent seabed weeds from taking over. Both the manatee and seagrasses have co-evolved over millions of years, and together help preserve the brilliant array of life under the sea. Along America's Pacific coast, some animals transport the nutrients of the sea to the forest. In spring each year, millions of salmon journey over 3,000 kilometers inland to spawn. Returning to the same freshwater rivers where they were born. Waiting for them are hordes of grizzly bears. Working hand in hand, these two animals will dump enormous amounts of fertilizer on the forest. But first, the salmon must make it upstream. It's a perilous journey, and the grizzlies don't make it any easier. After spending the winter in hibernation, some bears haven't had a proper meal in 10 months. With so many fish in the water, it should be easy. Most bears don't like getting their ears wet, so tracking a target can be difficult. A high vantage point helps. And so does waiting for them where the salmon are most vulnerable. Finally, after their famine, the bears begin to feast. The waiting line of grizzlies is a gauntlet that must be run. Compelled to swim upstream, the salmon labor on. After the fish successfully reproduce and lay their eggs, there is no return journey. Built for the sea, their kidneys are unable to cope with the fresh water. The fish have slowly been dying for weeks. They end their lives in the very place where they were born. Their dead bodies flood the river with nutrients, providing food for their eggs, which are about to hatch. This sacrifice is crucial, for in the mountains, rivers lack many of the nutrients they carry further downstream. The bears and many other animals gorge themselves on the remains, helping spread the nutrition through the forest. "80% of the nitrogen found in these coastal forests comes from the seas, delivered each year by the salmon. Streams are transport highways for organisms and nutrients, the lifeblood upon which most life on land depends. So the animals that change rivers impact all those who live around them. Africa's Mara River is so laden with sediment, its waters are stained brown. In charge of these murky waters are some of the world's largest civil engineers. Hippos. Although they graze on land during the night, a hippo must never stray far from the water. Their hairless skin dries out easily and has to remain moist to avoid dehydration. So, during the day, the herd wallows in the mud, resting and sorting out the family pecking order. Bizarrely, although hippos spend most of their life in the water, they can't actually swim. Adults weigh around 4 tons, and their round bodies aren't exactly streamlined. Such is their size, the movement of the hippos carves new channels in the river and stirs up stagnant waters. So the nutrients the river carries continues downstream. They also contribute a huge amount of fertilizer of their own. Hippos produce up to 27 kilos of dung a day. It's so rich in nutrients, it acts as a superfood for many fish that also feed a great many other animals along African rivers. The Mara River system is about to get an even bigger shake-up than a hippo belly flop, however, as the Great Migration gets underway. Around 2 million animals travel across the plains of East Africa each year in search of fresh pastures. Most are wildebeest, but they are joined by more than 500,000 Thompsons and Grant's gazelles, and 200,000 zebra. This enormous herd transforms the plains as it makes a giant loop of the Serengeti. The zebra are the vanguard, for they prefer to eat the tallest grasses. They knock down the canopy and open up the fresh shoots below for the wildebeest, who in turn are followed by the gazelle that mow the grass back to its roots. All fertilize the ground with their manure before moving on, ensuring the soil can grow a fresh bounty before they return. This annual cycle supports the greatest concentration of grazing animals on the planet. But before the migration is over, the herds will give much more than their manure back to the ecosystem. A dangerous obstacle lays ahead: the Mara River. Nile crocodiles know the herds are coming and gather in anticipation. Like the Pacific salmon, some of the herd will sacrifice their lives. No one wants to be first. But the herds have eaten everything to the south. They must cross the river or starve. And the waiting hordes follow. Wildebeest nervously track the zebra's progress. This time, the croc snatches only a mouthful of mane. Then it's the turn of the wildebeest. Like the zebra, they too must reach the northern grasslands. Finally, one must take the plunge and risk everything. The floodgates open, and a storm of wildebeest follow. Over days, tens of thousands of wildebeest must cross. Many will die as the crocodiles take their fill. But the animals and the river all play a vital role in the health of the grasslands. Around 6,000 wildebeest drown each year, plowing over 1,000 tons of biomass into the river, releasing phosphorus and other elements important for plant and animal growth into the water. Insects lay eggs in the carcasses, creating food as they hatch for mongooses and ibis. Fish get up to half their diet from wildebeest bodies. And the crocodiles put on enough fat to last them an entire year. The crocodiles can't get through all the carcasses alone. Many scavengers also congregate along the riverbanks. These carrion eaters do the dirty work of cleaning up after death. A flock of vultures can strip a carcass clean within minutes. They cooperate with hyenas. The birds locate the meal, and the hyenas ripping apart carcasses too tough for the vultures to open. Although it's not an easy partnership. Often thought of as revolting and unclean, these death workers perform a massively underrated service. Without the rapid recycling of dead animals, reeking carcasses would litter the landscape. Insect populations would boom, and diseases would spread. According to one estimate, vultures on the Serengeti consume more meat than all mammalian carnivores combined. The nutrients scavengers consume are cycled quickly back into the soil. Here, another hard worker takes over. One that is perhaps even more important than all the rest. Dung beetles are obsessed with droppings. They locate a fresh pile by smell. Strong legs break the dung into tiny portions. And they begin to feed using specialized mouth parts. A pile of droppings is a fast food restaurant for several beetles at a time. While they're chowing down, they help sink nutrients and moisture from the dung deeper into the soil, helping fertilize plants and burying seeds caught in the droppings. The dung beetle is the end of the production line, and at the heart of a massive network of life. No matter how small or how large, the prime movers all ensure the health of grasslands and forests across the planet. Death and decay are just one part of the rhythms of life. The constant movement of the herds and the replenishing of the nutrients in the soils ensure that the great cycle of life continues.
last sighting of a tiger in Korea was reported in 1924, and the last leopard in 1970, according to official records on file. Even after these records, though, a few may have continued to live in Korea in isolation. We still do not know exactly how the very last tigers had died out. And today, Korea has become a place where tigers have disappeared. Something swift passes by. It is a sable, an animal that is not very well known. Because they are rarely seen by people. Maintaining balance with its long tail, it stoutly moves with its big paws, an expert at climbing trees. In this dense forest, they live in small groups of 2s or 3s. It is early dawn in the valley. Male mandarin ducks are hanging out in a flock. Spring, the breeding season for mandarin ducks, has come. The males are getting ready for the mating ritual about to start soon. The otter enjoys the greatest freedom in this valley. Completely adjusted to water, it is the top predator. The mother has nurtured her 2 pups well. They've grown big enough to become independent soon. The pups love playing in the water. Otters especially have great ties with their family members. The otter dominates areas under the water. Once the hunting ends, however, it returns to land to rest. As they are terrestrial animals, giving birth is only possible on land. Once they go inside the water, their ears and nostrils close automatically, becoming perfectly suitable for underwater swimming. A baby pup cries out anxiously. Swept away by the current, it must have become separated from its mother. If a pup strays too far to be heard, it often loses its mother. Fortunately, this pup is reunited with its mother. The three-member family continues with underwater hunting. The male mandarin ducks are still awaiting their potential mating partners. By sticking out its neck, he tries to attract females to mate. The single female amid the male crowd seems to be keeping an eye on them. Competition is aroused among the males. The strongest male of the flock gets selected by the female and becomes its mate. Tigers and leopards have disappeared from the Korean peninsula. With other predators gone, the sable has taken over as the top predator. It loves fruits like hardy kiwi and cherries. But when several sables come together, they can take down a single water deer. They are quick and fierce hunters. This is the sound that sables make. Using this sound, they send signals to collaborate during hunting. It is also an expression of intimacy. A truly strong contender has appeared. The boar boasts the greatest size in the forest, but it's a sensitive animal with high vigilance. Their sensitivity stems from the way they escaped tigers and leopards long ago. Now, it is only the humans that can take down these wild boars. They usually feast on starchy food such as tree roots or fallen acorns. But they can eat anything that comes their way, like maggots, worms, and even insects. If a boar falters in seniority, it must wait for a while. Suddenly alarmed, the wild boars disappear into the forest. The mountains of Gangwon province near the civilian control line have almost no traces of humans. The long-tailed gorals live here. The rocky cliff seems dangerous. This baby goral, about a year old, seems accustomed to the rocky cliff. It's able to climb the cliff with ease. Their specially developed hoofs and great sense of balance make this possible. Spring is the season when gorals come down from the mountains. They come down to consume the leaves and grass. A goral usually gives birth to one offspring and raises it for about 2 years, taking it everywhere. The spring and summer of the forest are abundant seasons that allow gorals to fatten up. These gorals climb up the mountain in a rush. There are 2 of them. Showing off their skills, they race as if they're playing a game. They suddenly start chasing at a steep slope. It's a contest between the males to dominate the territory. It's rare for herbivores to compete for control of territories. Only after one hurts its leg does the competition end. The loser, in low spirits, is driven out. A raccoon appears among the rocks. It's currently raising a baby kit. Normally not picky about where it sleeps, once kits are born, it finds a safe cave to protect its litter. Nighttime is when raccoons are active. This one seems to have found some food. It hurries to the cave where the kits are. Once a pair of raccoons mate, they stay together all their lives. If you notice one of them, its pair will certainly be somewhere near. As omnivores, they can eat anything. Today, they've decided on fish. With wolves and foxes gone, the raccoon is the only canid remaining. After their natural enemies and competitors disappeared, their population increased immensely. Due to its great adaptability, they can even eat dead fish or animal corpses. The raccoon has become a common animal you can see anywhere. A titmouse is bathing. This small spring is deep in the mountains. Birds come here to bathe. Many animals come here to quench their thirst. This spring is a resting spot for animals. This spring was created by an animal. It is the wild boar. Knowing that water seeps in, the boar has dug a hole, creating a spring. It is also the boar that maintains the spring. The mother boar leads its young, with their stripes still evident, to replenish themselves with water. Even late at night, the spring has endless visitors. The badger is a regular that visits the spring very often. Once again, morning has come, awakening the forest. The sable is a typical forest animal, pursuing a variety of prey in the different seasons of the forest. Its radius of activity is wide and always on the run. It is usually running about and never walking. In the meantime, it rubs its back on a dead tree. This removes its loose fur while marking its territory. The flying squirrel seems curious about the outside world. It lives in the hole of a paulonia previously dug by a woodpecker. Out of curiosity, it steps outside, then quickly returns home. Once night falls, nocturnal creatures in the woods start to appear. The flying squirrel seen during the day is active now too. The mother owl is focusing on its senses. It has hunted down a mouse. She feeds it to its owlet that is not capable of hunting yet. The mother owl needs some rest too. Through bathing, she relieves the stress from raising an owlet. Yet another guest visits the spring. It is a wildcat, looking like a small leopard. With tigers and leopards gone, the wildcat is the only feline carnivore remaining in the Korean peninsula. It is a small-sized beast possessing sharp visual, auditory, and olfactory senses. Even in the dark, it is an outstanding hunter. It approaches its target silently. Instantly leaping, it succeeds in the hunt. Summer has come, a time when the mountains flourish with life. This is the nest of hoopoe, a migratory bird. After being nurtured by their dedicated mother for 2 weeks in the nest, the young birds will be able to fly near the end of summer. A creature is hiding itself in the grass. It's a wild animal that's very familiar to Koreans. The water deer is the darling of all wild animals in the Korean peninsula. Though they belong in the deer family, both the male and female lack horns. Males are distinguishable by their huge canine teeth, while the female is without them. They live everywhere, in the mountains, grasslands, and farms, but they especially like the water. They have great swimming skills, even able to swim across large rivers. This water deer seems very vigilant. It is together with its fawn. With its great breeding capacity, it gives birth to 3 to 4 fawns at once. To evade being seen by enemies, it hides one fawn at a time at different spots. The mother comes only to feed them. Most of the time she's away. The water deer is significant, with water in its name. While chewing on a water lily leaf, it swims remarkably well. With the wetland, their original habitat, cultivated into farmland, they have been forced onto the mountains and fields. But truth be told, the water deer are hard to come across. They are very rare, especially outside the Korean peninsula. The roe deer belongs to the same family as water deer. Unlike the water deer, the male roe deer has small horns, as well as a white spot on its buttocks. With a slightly bigger body than the water deer, it dwells in the woods of highlands. It is hardly found anywhere besides Jeju Island. The otter seems to have caught quite a large fish. What territory does the otter cover? Though it is known to inhabit only clear waters, it's more precise to say it lives where fish are plentiful. That is because of the otter's big appetite. They consume in a day 1/10 of its own body weight. To maintain its body temperature in cold water for a long time, it must consume enough calories. The hunting must go on. On rainy days like this, the forest animals briefly take a pause. The sounds, smells, and colors of the forest have changed. While the rain starts to recede, it is now time to appease their hunger. Only the Korean long-tailed goral has a bounty of fur on its tail. Although they are also found in China and Russia, their population density is the highest in the Korean peninsula. A badger stops by the abundant spring. The next visitor is a wildcat. The creatures no longer try to wait out the rain. No animal hesitates when it comes to alleviating its hunger. This is the only river in Korea that has maintained its original flow and form. The river and surrounding mountains are connected seamlessly, preserving its original nature. This is the area surrounding the DMZ. For a long time, barely anyone has stepped foot here. An entire family of hungry boars has emerged in search of food. A pack like this includes females and their piglets, along with young males around a year old. Fully matured males take off to lead independent lives. This male with a long mane is digging soil to find some grass roots. It reaches higher up the plains. it will likely come across another animal. It is a long-haired goral. They don't seem to care about each other at all. The goral feeds on grass while the boar continues to dig, so there is no need for competition. The midsummer sun beats down on the dense forest. How will the spring created by the boar remain intact through this heat? The badger still visits regularly. It comes at nighttime, too. But just then, the badger shoves its buttocks into the water. It seems to be defecating. This rascal seems to have done it quite a few times. The birds wouldn't know what had happened last night. The heat of the high noon scorches the mountains. The boar is in a great hurry. The spring turns into a cooling bathtub. A sable bathes in the spring as well. Thanks to the spring, the creatures can briefly escape the heat. After the rain, more springs are set up here and there for the boars to enjoy. What in the world has happened to this Korean pine tree? The foot of the tree has been hollowed, as if an animal had done this on purpose. If it becomes more serious, it could be the end for the tree. Boars drop by the spring as much as they can. By digging just 10 centimeters, they can feel the cooling air. Because of their thick layer of fat, they are prone to heat. Wow, the boar must be feeling great right now. By moving back and forth in the water, the boars can be rid of mites. It seems to be heading for its next destination. Oh, it is headed to that very pine tree. It claws at the bark with its teeth to find pine resin. The boar rubs resin all over its body. It is trying to get rid of the persistent mites. Of course, it is also scratching itself where it itches. The other boars are aware of this great remedy as well. The season has changed once more. The birds from the north have flown in. They are here to weather the cold months. For these birds, the land of Primorsky in the north, as well as the Korean peninsula, are both homes. Ecologically, they are the same environment. When looking at Russia's Primorsky, you can imagine what Korea would have looked like before its development. With a similar natural environment of the same vegetation, Primorsky's nature has never been damaged due to development. The wild animals in Primorsky are like the ones in Korea. Most of these familiar animals live in the Korean peninsula too. But surprisingly, the population densities in Primorsky are not very high. For wildcats, raccoons, wild boars, and sables, their population densities are actually higher in Korea. In Russia, it's hard to find a breed especially high in population. This indicates that a variety of species coexist, living in good balance and harmony. In Korea, the large population of wild boars is problematic. In Russia, they are just one of the many species. Meanwhile, there are species remaining in Primorsky that have gone extinct in Korea. A prime example is the Sika deer and the fox. Despite being similar in ecosystem, why is Russia's nature much more balanced? It is because there is natural control. Because there is a strong and powerful predator, nature remains in subtle balance as no species is given special treatment. While South Koreans were oblivious to this fact. The peninsula's ecosystem slowly started to lose its equilibrium. With the natural control in absence, intervention by humans continued to rise. Some species became overpopulated, while others went totally extinct. People ask what it would be like if tigers and leopards returned to the Korean peninsula someday. The lost land of tigers and leopards. The return of tigers and leopards would signal the return of nature's balance and harmony. This is why we still dream of the return of tigers and leopards.
The dead of winter envelops the world in silence. The plover, thought of as a summer bird. Cracks the silence. Our story begins with this character. This river scene is the same as any other autumn. It is a time of year when food is abundant and everything is peaceful. One might think a long neck leaves these birds vulnerable. But when it comes to hunting, it can actually be a tremendous asset. Long legs also aid in hunting. In order to hunt fast-moving fish, the hunter needs resilience and a quick response. Despite the length of their necks, the neck of the large egret and gray heron contain just 7 bones, like a human's. The gray heron's sharp bill works like a harpoon. But its piercing function can also create trouble. It's an occupational hazard when one's eating utensil doubles as a blade. The heron is now a bit more careful. At this time of year, the flathead mullet comes to this river to lay their eggs. Hovering over 100 meters high, this bird is eyeing the movement of the flathead mullets in the stream. The moment the mullets rise above the surface, this bird of prey plunges down and snatches up the fish with its talons. As water bubbles rise to the surface, the fish is plucked up to the sky. The wingspan of this bird is 1.8 meters. It is the celebrated fish hunter, the osprey. It boasts a huge catch this time. In order to reduce wind resistance, it adjusts its body shape into a straight line from head to tail. The osprey's talons are key to its hunting prowess. They work much like a fishhook. It has 4 long, sharp talons which bend inward. The instant they touch the water surface, they spread out. The osprey's talons are shaped much like the lure of a fishing rod. This lure and hook method of catching fish primarily uses a hook without any bait. This unique fishing method works like this. The angler throws the hook about a meter behind a school of fish. He then quickly snaps the rod back, snagging a fish on the sharp hook, which he then pulls toward him. The osprey's similar catch happens in the blink of an eye. But the osprey's hunting style has a success rate of only 30%. We might imagine a slow predator fails in the hunt, but speed is not the only factor for success. The osprey must reduce speed before it hits the water. If it doesn't slow down, the impact of the water surface could kill it. The osprey's ability to control its speed is the key to its success or failure. It repeatedly hovers over the water, passing by again and again, biding its time. It scans the surface of the water with a sharp eye. It must try hard even for a 3 out of 10 success rate. The osprey varies its hunting methods depending on the situation. Sometimes it must dive into the water to catch fish that are deep below the surface. The osprey weighs about 2 kilograms. It usually hunts fish weighing about 300 grams, but sometimes it catches fish weighing nearly as much as itself. To hunt fish just below the surface, it must snatch them up as it glides along the water. It always seems to be motivated as if this is its last chance to eat. If it's lucky, it gets 2 for the price of 1. Sometimes, even 3 fish are on the menu. To the fish, the osprey is a menacing hunter. But to the seagulls, it's simply another bird with fish. Their target is simply the fish that the osprey has caught. The osprey is a migratory visitor here in Korea, except in a few regions where it winters. It doesn't build nests in these parts. Instead, it will make a temporary home out of a tree with a wide view. This is not a familiar environment to the osprey. The osprey enjoys a bit of quiet time. But suddenly the peace is shattered. Those annoying magpies have shown up. They are resident here throughout the year. The vagrant osprey is powerless in the face of these permanent residents. The osprey will stay in this region about a month. In order to finish the long journey that lies ahead, it must fill its stomach. There's suddenly a fuss over something on the river. Sometimes the simplest way is the best. Like waiting for an apple to fall, these birds simply wait for the fish. This avian neighbor has chosen some easy hunting techniques, but with less than stellar results. In order to catch bigger prey, it will need to exert more effort. Among the various water birds, the seagulls have developed a wide range of hunting skills. Their survival rate is accordingly high. Stealing food from others is one of their survival skills. Their only goal is getting fish. To the seagulls, the birds of prey and even other seagulls are simply competitors who have fish. Once you grasp the habits of the fish, hunting becomes easier. These yellowfeet are outstanding. By instinct, fish tend to hide themselves beneath water-bound plants. This little egret's hunting strategy stems from this knowledge. It shakes its conspicuous yellow feet in the water plants. The fish become alarmed and race to get away. A successful catch is very possible now. Their feet are shaking, but their eyes stay focused. Predators must always stay one step ahead of their prey. This is the key to successful hunting. The most basic aspect of hunting lies in understanding their prey. The days are growing shorter. When the wind blows in from the north, the white-tailed sea eagle visits the Korean peninsula to spend the winter. It's the hungriest time of the year as they finish their long journey. The cold today cuts like a knife. One might think hunting would be impossible today. This is a young white-tailed sea eagle. These birds left their mother only a short time earlier. Today is its lucky day. But it's quite clumsy at hunting. It's a good thing it doesn't mind eating carrion. This mallard couple is busy filling their stomachs. Winter is a difficult season for them to find food too, so the birds snatch up any bit of food they can find. These two adult white-tailed sea eagles are shivering through the cold. The white-tailed sea eagle is a large and powerful bird of prey. It is 1 meter in length with a wingspan of 2.4 meters. And most consume a great deal each day to maintain its size. It sometimes preys on other birds and mammals, but its usual diet is fish. A white-tailed sea eagle soars upward in the ascending air current. But it is unable to change its direction as fast as other birds of prey do. This is because of its huge size. This is a cornetfish, about 70 centimeters in length. The white-tailed sea eagle is a large bird, so naturally its prey is as well. There are few birds that can fly while carrying a fish that weighs as much as this. As the winter itself fades into the past, the flapping of the seagull's wings grows serene. The water grows warm again. It is a time when those who live on the water again grow active. It is a busy time for the common kingfisher. This is a common kingfisher couple. The one on the right with the red down bill is the female. The male gets no peace, what with the bossiness of its mate. With its catch firmly in its mouth, the common kingfisher rushes off. Oops, you dropped something. Don't worry, nobody saw that. The world below the water is quite different from what we see above. When light passes through the surface, it bends. This refraction makes fish well below the surface appear as if they're at a much shallower depth. The common kingfisher is aware of this bit of science. But even this skilled hunter can miss its target by less than an inch. The common kingfisher has learned this through considerable trial and error. This fish is a symbol of courtship by the male. The kingfisher couple may need to go diving more frequently from now on. And just what is the first rule of hunting? Don't get caught by your target. Some fish have a viewing angle of up to 270 degrees. They can sense movement from every direction. Ambush. That's the strategy this bird has chosen. This minnow caught by the green-backed heron must not have noticed his attacker's approach. The fish are making their way upstream beyond the cascade. They all know where the food is to be found. But competition is fierce among the birds for this prime feeding spot. A larger egret with a sizable build has taken the best location. Fish must swim upstream beyond the cascade in order to breed. This instinct exposes them to considerable danger. It is now monsoon season. No one can predict the sudden changes in the weather. A green-backed heron is holding onto his great hunting spot it found. It looks solemn and serious. The egret, formerly in this spot, has left, so the green-backed heron waiting to take it over has jumped at the chance. Nobody knows when or where the fish will spring forward. The green-backed heron's neck and legs are shorter than the egret's, so it puts all its strength into its toes to stretch and catch fish. The rain has finally let up. Because of all the precipitation, the river is overflowing. The green-backed heron has found another hunting spot. It knows it's difficult to hunt from the shore of a roaring river, so it chooses a high tree out of the range of the fish's vision. It takes each step cautiously, as if it were walking a tightrope. Finding sustenance can be as precarious as a high-wire act. Now, all it can do is wait. The green-backed heron is a hunter that knows the habits of its prey and how to take advantage of its environment. This is a small rice paddy just below a cliff. A meadow grasshopper drops onto the water. For a small insect like this, surface tension is more of a threat than gravity. But for pond skaters that know how to use surface tension to their advantage, water is their whole world. The struggle doesn't last long. There is a clear food chain in this small rice paddy. But sometimes the desperation for survival comes through. The duckweed acts as a lifeboat to the grasshopper. It was a close call. He escaped, but only just barely. Nearby, one creature has been watching all this fuss from the very beginning. It's a black-capped kingfisher, a summer bird on the Korean peninsula. Its orange beak and blue feathers present a colorful contrast. It is now mating season. The one with a lizard in its mouth is a male. Right now, it's engaged in courtship, trying to attract the female with food. The black-capped kingfisher's hidden hunting skills lie with its long and substantial beak. This time, however, its prey was a bit faster. The black-capped kingfisher is omnivorous. It feeds on a variety of food, from aquatic insects to small snakes. Among its favorite foods are frogs and small fish. The black-capped kingfisher belongs to the Halcyonidae family. Naturally, it has excellent hunting skills. What method it uses for flying depends on its potential prey. Small fish can be snatched up sliding into the water. But larger prey are caught by poking with its beak. At this time of year, it's hunting primarily for its offspring. Until its young leave the parents, the hunting will go non-stop. There is another creature that possesses different hunting skills from what we've seen so far. It is the brown dipper. Its home is a nest that looks like brown moss. It is a permanent resident of the Korean Peninsula's gorges and low mountains. It is twice as large as a sparrow. The brown dipper's style of hunting is a bit more aggressive. It dives straight into the water. It does not have webbed feet, but this poses no problem at all. This is because its wings function like the fins of a fish. Instead of a fish's scales, its body is covered in waterproof feathers. Before diving, it applies oil from its tail feathers all over its body. Now, it's all set to go after its prey. The brown dipper eats small fish and aquatic insects, which it catches while diving in shallow water. Its wings flap as if they are the fins of a fish. Underwater insects may be small in size, but they are quite nutritious to these birds. What it is looking for are the larvae of the caddisfly. These larvae build up a tube-shaped nest by using small stones around it. At first glance, this home looks like a leaf or a stone, making it hard to detect. The brown dipper has found its mark. It has discovered one caddisfly larva, but it's stuck in leaves and can't bring its prey up. The difference between the brown dipper and the fish is that the former cannot breathe underwater. It can spend only about 30 seconds below. It dives down again. This time, it is met with success. The caddisfly larva is a difficult food to deal with. But this bird knows how to manage. Sometimes it uses its head to batter the food. Finally, it is able to take a bite. In order to hunt for larger prey, birds must be able to dive deeper and longer. This is a cormorant. Underwater, it is as comfortable and adept as any fish. The cormorant's hunting skills lie with its feet. It has well-developed webbed feet. Ducks and penguins typically have 2 webs on each foot. The cormorant, however, has 3. Webbed feet act as a kind of propeller, allowing birds to swim at high speed underwater. They also function as a rudder. The cormorant can dive as deep as 45 meters. When diving to such depths, it pulls its wings close to its body to reduce resistance. The cormorant can even catch the Chinese muddy loach that resides at the water's bottom. But the Chinese muddy loach is sleek and strong, making it tough to catch. The cormorant's feet are located farther back than other birds. That's another secret to their great speed underwater. It is wiggly and wriggly. It's proving quite difficult to hold on to. Hunting skills are important, but it is persistence that eventually means the difference between success and failure. The cormorant forgoes waterproof feathers in order to dive deeper. Without them, it reduces buoyancy. That means there's work to do after the underwater hunt. It is drying its wet feathers in the sun. When it's hot, it vibrates the area just below its bill. That helps reduce body temperature. The cormorant jumps into the water to find food. It swims instead of flapping. To catch a fish, its hunting strategy is to become a fish. Everything ends here with this fish. Some birds snatch up the fish. Others sneak up on the fish. Some startle the fish. Others move faster than the fish. And some swim underwater like a fish. The birds know and understand their prey. In the fight for survival, they become like their prey. This is the essence of hunting.
In the wild, whether fending off an invader or competing against one of their own, animals must be able to fight. Survival of the fittest often comes down to the triumph of the most aggressive. Some seize power, others inherit it. And the rest respect it. Because conflict ultimately benefits the species. It's one of the key strategies to survive the wild. If you want to visit your closest relatives, you'll find them here, in the woodlands, rainforests, and grasslands of Central Africa. Chimpanzees. We share about 99% of our genetic blueprint. And also much of our behavior. For better or worse. In Tanzania's Gombe Stream National Park, some of the more aggressive tendencies play out. Chimp communities can shift and change, but a single male is always chief chimp in charge. And now, an ambitious subordinate dares to challenge him. The alpha chimp will have to remind him who's boss. Champ and challenger face off through a series of escalating threats. That's usually enough to intimidate the opponent. But not this time. When the challenger refuses to back down, the alpha must resort to the most extreme and risky strategy, direct combat. Chimps are tough. If a male chimp were human size, he'd be twice as strong as us. But brute strength comes at the cost of finer control, meaning a chimpanzee might kill when he only meant to harm. Today, it doesn't come to that. The alpha keeps his rank, and the challenger lives to fight another day. Aggression doesn't just keep chimps in line. It's also the glue that enables chimps to perform a rare primate behavior: group hunting. The chimps discover a tribe of colobus monkeys. Though chimps mainly eat fruit, in some areas their craving for colobus have driven the monkeys almost to extinction. The alpha chimp launches the attack, chasing the smaller, faster monkeys through the canopy. Each member of the chimpanzee troop knows his role in the hunt, strategically cornering the prey. The alpha throws the colobus to its death. The hunters share the kill, each waiting his turn to eat. These strict rules, strictly enforced, hold the chimp society together for everyone's benefit. When everyone knows how he's expected to behave, daily life runs a little more smoothly. And that's not just true for chimps. South of the steamy rainforest and into the desolate lands, one of Africa's most charming desert dwellers reveals a more serious side. The meerkat. Beloved for their distinctive upright stance, meerkats keep a constant lookout for danger. But it's not just predators they're looking for. Meerkats depend on each other to eke out a living in their harsh habitat. Their clans, up to 50 members strong, are governed by threat, aggression, and submission. At the top of the chain of command stands a single dominant female, the matriarch. In the semi-arid savanna of Botswana's Kalahari Desert, the meerkat matriarch exerts her authority. Most of the clan's pups are hers, but they're raised by the other females. If a lower female gets pregnant, she or her pups could be killed. In fact, meerkats are among the world's most murderous mammals. The matriarch joins the hunt with the rest of the adults, digging for insects and small animals. They can excavate their body's weight worth of sand in just a few seconds. But today they've come up empty. Until a tasty scorpion wanders by. Meerkats are immune to their venom. A subordinate female makes the catch. But the matriarch calls dibs, snatching the kill for herself. Squabbles like that are all in a day's work for meerkats. No one messes with Mama. But the other females fight for rank beneath her. A matriarch is usually larger and stronger than the females she rules. And she keeps subordinates in place by scolding, scratching, and biting. The occasional hip slam reminds potential rivals who's the boss. But when they detect an outside threat, internal disputes get put on hold. A mole snake slithers too close to the meerkat's burrow. And the clan rallies to defend its home. They mob the snake, raising their tails and arching their backs to look larger and scarier. The snake's not buying it. Darting back into their burrow, they mount a last line of defense at the entrance. The snake moves on, but the meerkats keep their guard up. The aggressive meerkat matriarch runs a tight ship. But it's nothing compared to the rigid rules of her African neighbors. The spotted hyena. The largest and most gregarious of hyena species, spotted hyenas live in clans of up to 130. Despite that, instead of being cooperative, clan members openly compete. In Kenya's Masai Mara National Reserve, a spotted hyena clan goes about its business. As night falls over the Masai Mara, the clan's about to welcome some new members. As the dominant female gives birth to 2 pups. Both are daughters, both born to rule. Except the matriarch can have only one heir, and almost from the moment of birth, one daughter proves she's fit for the role, bullying her smaller sister. Her ferocity wins the dominant pup better access to her mother's nipple, so she'll grow stronger than her sister. But little sister still has status. So long as their mother remains the alpha, they automatically outrank all other clan members, even adults. While the matriarch and her pups enjoy their status, the subordinate females in the clan try to win status of their own. They threaten and tangle with each other to gain an earlier chance to eat after the alphas are done. As we're not hyenas, it's tough to tell a male from a female, owing to the female's pseudo-penis. Why they have it is anyone's guess, but it's thought to have something to do with male hormones, since larger, more aggressive females have the advantage in the clan. A lone male enters the clan's territory, his flattened ears and tucked tail revealing his fear. If the clan accepts him, his life will be a little easier. But for now, he cautiously remains on the periphery, scavenging the group's scraps. In hyena society, outside males rank the lowest of the low. It beats a life of solitary scavenging and being potential prey. He makes his cautious approach. But the clan wants nothing to do with him. They drive him away in no uncertain terms. Even though leaving his birth clan lowers his rank, he probably did it to increase his chances of mating with an outside clan. Maybe it'll pay off. A world away from the African savanna, in the boreal forests of North America, roam the elk. One of the largest members of the deer family. On this continent, elk are one of the largest animals, period. Living peacefully for most of their time in single-sex gangs, these mighty animals come together to breed once a year. And then things aren't so peaceful. In Yellowstone National Park, the elk breeding season, known as the rut, is about to begin. In summertime, the high mountain grazing grounds provide elk with plenty to eat. And once they're well fed, the bulls and cows will come together to satisfy a different appetite. It all seems quiet now, but only the fittest males will win the right to mate. And the contest is starting. It's all about the antlers. The bigger, the better. These racks of pointed bone signal the male's virility and can weigh nearly 44 pounds. Each spring they fall off and then grow back a little larger, just in time for the rut. The season's been kind to this fortunate male. He's attracted a harem of over a dozen females. But keeping them is the hard part. A challenger has entered their range. He circles on the perimeter, sizing up his competition. Then they get into it. The harem master drives off his rival, proving he's fit for the role. Antlers serve as both weapon and shield. If a bull can penetrate his rival's guard, the tines can inflict devastating injury. Though that's not the intention of the brawl. The winner overpowers his opponent through wrestling and twisting. The harem remains under the bull's control, but he has to work fast. Female elk will only be receptive to a male's advances for 1 or 2 days, so the bull has to pay close attention. While guarding his harem, he rarely eats and may lose up to 20% of his body weight, or 220 pounds. As he loses weight, his ability to defend his position diminishes. Time is of the essence, but for now, he has no choice but to wait. While North American elk battle over mating rights, in Africa, vultures compete for the biggest portion size. Like death's groupies, vultures circle the skies above the veldt, waiting for something to die. Strictly scavengers, they let disease or predators do the killing for them. And when lions get involved, they need to wait for them to finish. And then polish off what the cats leave behind. A wake of vultures can strip a carcass to the bone in minutes. Each vulture species prefers different parts. On Tanzania's Serengeti, a wake of vultures has to decide who's getting first dibs. Vultures often shadow migrating herds because sooner or later, somebody's bound to drop dead. The bird's keen vision and sharp sense of smell assure the victim won't rest in peace for very long. Something's already gnawed and abandoned this wildebeest, leaving the feast for the taking. The crowd gathers. Today, 2 vulture species tear in at the same time. It's not a display of avian altruism. It's more like a show of strength. About equally matched, they tolerate each other. Vultures typically fight like crazy to gain their place at the table. They base their social order on body size and beak strength. The big guys battle it out to win the tastiest bits, while the smaller vultures wait at the sidelines for their turn to pick the scraps. But even large, feisty vultures make way for the even feistier hyena. It's a love-hate relationship. Vultures love to have a hyena rip open a carcass for easier access, but they hate that she wants it all for herself. Once the hyenas have their fill, the vultures can continue their meal. Or maybe not. The jackal wants his share, and he's much more aggressive about claiming it. But he's underestimated who he's dealing with. Dinner, at last, is served. Of course, aggression isn't just about competing for mates or food. It's also an important weapon for winning a turf war, even under the sea. Coral reefs are some of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet, providing a home for 1/4 of all marine life. While they may look like plants, corals are actually tiny, soft-bodied animals called polyps. These relatives of anemones and jellyfish build individual limestone structures to protect themselves, which over time form coral reefs. And in the process, polyps compete with each other for prime locations. The biggest battleground lies in the waters off Australia's northeast coast on the Great Barrier Reef. One of the 7 natural wonders of the world, the Great Barrier Reef is the largest structure on Earth made of living organisms. It's larger than the UK, Holland, and Switzerland combined. Under the light of a full moon, the corals are set to do what all organisms must: reproduce. In a spectacular mass spawning event, they release tiny egg and sperm bundles into the water. After fertilizing at the surface, the bundles will eventually sink back to the ocean floor, forming the basis of a new coral colony. Growing just inches every year, corals face a great many challenges, not the least of which are other corals. Different coral species try to dominate their neighbors. They duel with stinging tentacles or expel filaments to digest their competition, often creating a cleared band where rivals have killed each other off. On healthy reefs, prime real estate is always in demand, not just by corals, but also algae, sponges, and clams. On the reef, these slow-motion turf wars are never-ending. But corals can also form alliances with other organisms. When algae photosynthesizes, it provides energy for the corals. But this balance has reached a tipping point. A new aggressor is moving in, rising sea temperature. It stresses the corals, which evicts the colored algae, a process called bleaching. Without their algae energy source, the bleached corals lose vitality and are under even more stress. In their weakened state, the corals are more likely to be killed off, a tragedy for them and for all the marine life that depends on them. Over millions of years, coral has evolved ways to thrive and defend itself against intruders. But today, climate change presents one of its greatest challenges. Now we return to dry land. Very dry land. The African desert, where the Cape ground squirrel makes his home. These social rodents live in separate male and female groups. With overlapping ranges and scarce resources, conflict becomes a way of life. In South Africa, the Karoo Desert region is home to a large population of ground squirrels. In such a harsh environment, finding food is always a challenge. They spend about 70% of their day looking for it. Water's even scarcer. They get the moisture they need from the plants and insects they eat. And when the sun beats down, they put the top up for shade. When a beetle shows up, the hunt is on. The young male squirrel follows the scent trail, driving the beetle out and making the kill. But before he can reap the reward, he must fight for it. With an age-based hierarchy, the young male is forced to surrender his prize. Cape ground squirrels settle their differences by leaping. Squaring off with backs arched, rival squirrels compete to outjump one another. The quick contest determines a winner, avoids injury, and saves energy. With the dispute resolved, order is restored, until a new threat approaches. The guard spots the predator and emits an alert call. Retreating to their burrows won't protect them from this enemy. They must face it in the open. They don't have much defense against the venomous cobra except limber feet and a gutsy attitude. They mob the snake and harass him. He won't be sneaking up on anyone around here. The strategy works. With their foe driven off, the Cape ground squirrels enjoy a period of relative ease in the desert. Now they can return to their own quarrels. While Cape desert squirrels have adapted to the life in the desert, these next animals can be found running free through much of the world. Horses. We call them wild, but because they're descended from domesticated stock, most wild horses are technically feral horses. But that doesn't make them act any less wild. With grace, speed, and stamina on their side, horses have few natural predators. Typically traveling in small herds, known as bands, they're constantly on the move, following grazing opportunities. It's when they stop that their social troubles begin. Besides grabbing a bite to eat, these stops are also a chance to grab power. Fights for dominance are usually brief, but can cause serious injury. Dominating one opponent is not enough to determine a horse's status. He must take on several rivals to stake his place in the band. Wherever horses run wild, some will always jockey for position. The drama plays out in Western Australia's Gibson Desert, which provides an unforgiving backdrop for its population of feral horses. In Australia, home to the largest number of feral horses in the world, they're called brumbies. And many roam in Western Australia's Gibson Desert. For the brumbies of the desert, status provides access to a precious commodity, water. With the strongest members of the band lording over the waterholes, lower-ranking brumbies need to be inventive. They dig for water beneath the surface to quench their thirst. But even these makeshift drinking holes can't cool their tempers. It starts with harassment. Chasing and nipping one another to clear space. When neither brumby backs down, tensions escalate into an outright brawl. Horses fight with all they've got, charging and ramming or even biting. Their blunt teeth can tear flesh, thanks to their powerful jaws, and their hardened hooves, both front and rear, can land devastating blows. The loser hobbles away, but the winner has paid heavily for his victory. His injury makes his next conquest far from certain. What is certain are more fights to come as the hierarchy constantly shifts and tempers flare. Whether it's herds of horses, colonies of meerkats, or coral superstructures, somebody always wants to be in charge. And that constant push and pull drives nature forward, little by little. Survival very often comes down to defense. And defense can take many forms. Some seek the safety of crowds, while others hide in plain sight. Some meet aggression with even stronger aggression, while others build fortresses against invaders. From armored bodies to feisty attitudes to outright deception. Defense has only one rule: do whatever it takes to survive the wild. The rolling grasslands of the African savanna is a proving ground. Every day, herds of grazers test their defenses against stealthy predators. And one of these groups of hardy herbivores is built for the challenge: the African buffalo. Tipping the scales at close to a ton and with the shield of horns up to 40 inches long, it would make most predators think twice. With the body of a cow and the aggression of a tank, they've been known to turn the tables and attack human hunters. In Kenya's Masai Mara National Reserve, a herd of African buffalo is about to teach the local bullies a lesson. Sticking together by the hundreds or thousands is one secret of their success. Someone's always on the lookout. They don't intimidate the oxpecker birds, though, who love them for their ticks. But the herd's peaceful meal is about to be interrupted. Because some of their fiercest foes are making meal plans of their own. The lions play it cool, respecting the buffalo's defensive prowess. The big cats keep their distance, trying to single out a target. But the herd looks after its own, closing ranks around its weaker members. With the more aggressive male buffaloes guarding the peripheries, it's the lions, particularly the cubs, in danger now. The lions back off and the herd resumes its lunch. But despite appearances, they stay vigilant. Each buffalo sleeps for only a few minutes at a time, totaling just an hour over the course of the day. No wonder they can be so cranky. A lone lion tries his luck against the herd. But despite his sneakiest efforts, the cat's out of the bag. What the African buffaloes lack in hearing and eyesight, they make up for with a keen sense of smell. Suddenly, the hunter becomes the game. Outnumbered and overpowered, the lion must wait until the buffalo lose interest and move away. Eventually, the humbled king of the beasts slinks home. And once again, by defending the herd, the buffaloes have defended their title as Africa's boldest bovines. Far from the dry grasslands of the savannah and onto the lush meadows of Europe, where lives an insect whose defense is purely an illusion. The peacock butterfly starts life like most other butterflies, as a spiky-haired, ravenous caterpillar. It can spurt foul-smelling fluid to scare off predators. When it's eaten its fill of nettles and hasn't been eaten by any predator, it undergoes one of nature's most astonishing transformations. A few weeks later, magic. The peacock butterfly. While its beautiful iridescent wings let the butterfly take to the air, they also hold the secret to this fragile creature's bold defense. In Scotland, the subarctic Shetland Islands will put the peacock butterfly's defences to the test. The harsh winters challenge most animals here. Peacock butterflies take shelter wherever they can, often underground. But these flop houses can include some unfriendly neighbors, like this hungry mouse. Trapped here, the butterfly wouldn't ordinarily stand a chance against the ravenous rodent. But the butterfly literally turns his back on the imminent danger and saves the day. Standing its ground, the butterfly reveals 4 large eye spots that mimic the eyes of larger predators and scare off would-be attackers. The opening wings also make a hissing sound, adding to the fright, especially in the dark. Having survived the winter, the peacock butterfly emerges from its hideout and into a world of new dangers. Birds pose one of the biggest threats. Again, the similarity between the butterfly's eye spots and the eyes of larger birds of prey causes most avian predators to think twice before swooping in for the kill. Conversely, the peacock butterfly's drab underside gives it the option of disappearing. Switching between flamboyant threat displays and invisible camouflage, the otherwise defenseless peacock butterfly manages to avoid or intimidate predators. So, it can get down to the business of sipping nectar undisturbed. Far from the flowery fields of Scotland, and into the quiet depths of the sea, an unsung creature runs through a surprising repertoire of defensive tactics. That's the cuttlefish. This unlikely creature outwits its predators through illusion and subterfuge. In the Coral Triangle, the tropical waters of Indonesia, several species of cuttlefish play tricks on predators every day. These teeming waters hold many dangers for cuttlefish, including other cuttlefish. Juveniles and smaller species make tasty targets for larger, cannibalistic adults. Fortunately, they're masters of camouflage. Disguised as an unappealing piece of flotsam, the smaller cuttlefish drifts by danger undetected. Or blending into its surroundings, it waits for danger to pass it by. Of course, cuttlefish aren't the only predators in these waters, and the adults use similar techniques. Beyond their remarkable talent for changing color, they have the rare ability to alter the texture of their skin and vanish. But sharks don't always buy it. Their electroreception detects living things. So, the cuttlefish resorts to Plan B. A threatened cuttlefish can squirt ink from sacs between its gills to make his escape. For more than smokescreen, he can mix the ink with mucus to form a denser decoy cloud to lure the predator, while the real cuttlefish makes a hasty getaway. Having bought some time, the hunted cuttlefish blends in amongst the coral. The confused shark eventually moves on to find easier prey. Besides survival, the cuttlefish applies its colorful defense skills to mating behavior. Cuttlefish breed face to face. The male passes a sperm sac into an opening near the female's mouth. But first, he must compete against other males to win that right. Defensive threat displays and flashing colors are usually all it takes to determine who's boss. No fight necessary. But not always. Having won the right to breed, the male then defends the female from other suitors until she lays her eggs. Using his defensive talents to protect his life and lineage, he moves on to hunt among the reef. Cuttlefish are masters of self-defense. It's every fish for himself. But elsewhere in the ocean, fish rely on crowdsourcing to keep safe. Herring are some of the most abundant fish on the planet, so they must be doing something right. They thrive off the coast of Norway in the Atlantic Ocean. Their schools, spreading over several miles, can contain billions of fish. Because those enormous shoals shimmer like water, they're hard for predators to spot. But when they are sighted, dinner is served. Sea lions gang up on them, but as the predators strike, the shoal divides and instantly reforms, making individual fish hard to catch. Not all the herring escape, of course, but for each fish, the odds favor survival. The more herring in the school, the less chance of any one fish being eaten. And evasive tactics make catching a fish tougher still. Another way that herring schools protect their species is by procreating. A single herring can release between 50,000 and 200,000 eggs. They can equal up to 20% of her body weight, and they're fertilized after she lays them. With different schools spawning at different times of year, they avoid putting all those eggs in one basket. But they can't avoid predators. Herring spawn in shallow water, which makes them easy targets for shorebirds. While the birds feast on the adults above, the eggs, which sink to the bottom, get devoured by fish and crabs. The school suffers significant losses before it can return to the relative safety of the deep. They pay a price in the short term, but the school's breeding supports their long-term survival. Far from the salty open ocean and deep in the fresh streams and rivers of South America lives a family of agile hunters who don't back down to threats. Giant otters. The largest members of the weasel family, these amphibious mammals can weigh as much as an Irish setter. But it's their defensive skills, not just their size, that allow them to defend their stretch of the river. In Brazil's Joe National Park, a giant otter family will employ those skills against the larger, toothier foe. The highly social otters live in tight-knit family groups that fish together. Slippery when wet, these dexterous hunters have sharp hearing and underwater vision. Plus, they're smart, sticking to shallower water where they can more easily trap fish. And when danger comes, they band together. Here comes trouble now. A caiman, the largest of the alligators, in the mood for something more than fish. The otters play it cool, so long as he keeps his distance. But he doesn't. Submerging to avoid detection, he begins his approach. The otters swing into action, rounding up the kids and moving them out of harm's way. They'll be safe in the den along the riverbank. But that's not good enough. The adults return to the water, believing that when it comes to caiman, the best defense is a good offense. The otters gang together, led by an adult male. They surround their adversary and attack from all sides, including above and below. Swimming in from one direction, an attacking otter will swivel at the last instant to inflict an unexpected bite. The otters, sometimes called river wolves, deliver a relentless assault. Like a wolf pack, they surround the caiman who can't escape. And succumbs to its injuries. The giant otters will eat well tonight, flipping the notion of who is predator and who is prey. Some animals' method of defense is painfully obvious. For example, the porcupine. Among the largest and certainly the prickliest of rodents, around 24 species of porcupine live throughout the world. While porcupines in the Americas can climb trees, their cousins in Africa, Europe, and Asia stay on the ground. But in terms of defense, that's missing the point. It's all about the quills. In Botswana's Okavango River Delta, a family of porcupines make the best of a sticky situation. In the sandy grassland of the delta, they enjoy a leisurely meal. But they catch the attention of one of the delta's deadliest predators. The young leopard is tempted by the prospect of food he doesn't have to chase. But he's about to learn there's no such thing as a free lunch. When threatened, the porcupine fans out her quills into a spiny shield. She will stand her ground until the attacker loses interest. If that doesn't happen, the porcupine can charge and stab her opponent. The leopard cautiously tests out the defensive spikes. The porcupines turn their backs on him, exposing their thicker, sharper quills. Maybe from underneath? No luck. The porcupines mainly ignore him. Until they've had enough. One strikes, spiking the leopard's paw. The leopard is lucky. The barbed quills are designed to remain embedded. He limps away with just a puncture wound. And a lesson on foods to avoid. Without drama or fuss, the porcupines prevail, winning the right to continue grazing undisturbed. Some animals that lack built-in defenses develop ways to build their own. And no one does that better than the tiny termite. Colonies of 1 or 2 million of them, each no bigger than a grain of rice, construct elaborate fortresses. Built of nothing more than earth, spit, wood pulp and feces, these towers can rise over 17 feet. In Uganda's Kibale National Park, an invading army is about to put the termite mound to the test. Termites have finessed their building skills over 50 million years. Their mounds can stand for thousands of years after they've moved out. This one's been bustling for a while. The millions of termites in the colony act like one giant organism devoted to a single goal, serving the queen. It pays off. A termite queen can live more than 20 years. But a threat to the queen and the colony approaches. A legion of army ants, the termites' greatest enemy. These home invaders can kill the colony and pilfer their eggs to feed their own colony. The ants meet little resistance and pour into the mound. But that's part of the termite strategy. Within the labyrinth of chambers and tunnels, the termites mobilize to meet the threat. Beneath them, the queen's attendants seal her chamber against the invaders. If the queen is lost, so is the colony. By allowing the ants to infiltrate the mound, the termites divide their army and halt their advance. As the ants are forced to travel in single file, the termites can fight them one-on-one. Termites design their tunnels as bottlenecks, so soldier termites can block them with their bodies. The termites face the ants on their own terms. The ants, slowed down, lose their advantage. The siege lasts for hours, but eventually the termites prevail and they chase the surviving ants from the mound. The termite colony has suffered heavy casualties, but their strategy saved the day and their queen. Out on the open grasslands of Africa's savanna, a battlefield where predators perpetually clash with prey, zebras employ their effective defenses. It seems like their distinctive striped coat would make them stand out like targets. But the truth is not so black and white. By standing in groups, their multiple eyes and ears keep them alert to danger. And the bigger the group, the less chance any one of its members will be taken down by a predator. But inevitably, someone draws the short straw. foals make the most vulnerable targets, and the herd tries to protect them. The zebra's bold stripes might actually help hide the animals by breaking up their outline against the landscape. While the stripes might also keep them cool, it's often believed that when zebras stand together, the stripes create a dazzling motion that predators find hard to focus on. Zebras also tend to hang around other grazers, perhaps hoping a hungry lion will pick a wildebeest over a zebra. But even on its own, a zebra's heightened senses of smell, sight, and hearing mean it's rarely taken by surprise. And with better stamina than most predators in their range, a zebra can usually outrun its pursuer. In southern Kenya, the zebras at Tsavo National Park will test their defenses against a fast and stealthy predator. Out for a meal, a large cat with a big advantage. The cheetah, the fastest animal on land. Target sighted, a zebra foal. In range, he launches the attack. 60 miles per hour in 3 seconds. The foal is no match, but Mum's got his back. Now the herd's dominant stallion finishes the job. The brave counterattack will make the cheetah think twice before striking again. While zebra remains on the menu, this foal gets a second chance thanks to the power and feistiness of its herd. Out on the plains or under the sea, alone or in groups, animals do what they can to stay alive. When it comes to defense, Fight or flight is seldom either or. Between those extremes lies a world of ways to survive the wild.
Every morning in the wild, a gazelle awakens. One thing is for sure for the gazelle that day, as every other. She must run faster than the fastest lion. If she cannot, she will be killed and eaten. Every morning, a lion awakens. For the lion too, one thing is certain. This day and every day, he must run faster than the slowest gazelle. Whether fate names you a gazelle or a lion is of no consequence. It is enough to know that with the rising of the sun, you must run, and you must run faster than the day before for the rest of your days, or you will die. We all have to run the race of life.
This race of life will shine some light on the dark side of the coral reef. Even the most colorful corners down here could be hiding something deadly. This is a world packed with predators. The lightning speed and pin-cushion teeth of the barracuda. The giant size and surprise attacks of the moray eel, but also a surprising grace and beauty. The knitting needle spines of the lionfish, capable of injecting deadly venom. And one of the most toxic animals on the planet, who also happens to be the most grumpy. And a surprise angle on one of the most famous killers of the ocean. Not just any shark, but the reef shark. You will never see the underwater world the same again once you realize the battles that are happening down below. It's a place of constant struggles to survive. Of all the vast expanse of the seas and oceans on our planet, much of the life is concentrated near the coast and in the shallow waters. Most of these underwater predators do not want to attack humans, but we have chosen to enter their world. A surfboard can look like a sea lion to a hungry shark. A glinting piece of jewelry can look like a fish to a moray eel. And the splashing motion of a swimmer can sound like an injured animal to a passing barracuda. This episode looks beyond the beautiful corals and tropical fish to investigate the complex world of predator and prey. We will dive deep to uncover the secrets hidden in the coral canyons. We'll get up close to the lion of the sea, swim side by side with a classic killer, and slither along the seabed with 4 meters of muscle in the underwater predator's race of life. Tropical seas, warm, clear, and calm. But something sinister lies beneath this glassy surface. The colorful fish of the coral reefs are one of nature's wonders. These predators hunt in schools. They gang up to herd smaller fish together for a feast. Their eyesight is sharp and precise. They run an isolated and aggressive race of life. Adults only come together for 2 occasions: to spawn and to hunt. These streamline tigers of the ocean live in tropical and subtropical waters worldwide. The barracuda. The name strikes fear into people living in the tropics. There are around 28 species. Barracuda prefer to live near the sea surface. They spend much of their time hidden, waiting for their prey. This large adult is waiting to ambush a smaller fish. He relies on camouflage and short, intense bursts of speed. Once his prey is caught in these fang-like teeth, there is no escape. This smaller barracuda is staying hidden for different reasons. He's hoping predator does not become prey. Because stalking these waters is a giant barracuda. This big old fish will not hesitate to take another barracuda if he gets the chance. This one fingerling has an itch she needs to scratch. She's looking for a special place in the underwater world. A cleaning station. Despite the barracuda's hearty appetite, the little fish swimming close to her jaws are in no danger. The barracuda will not eat them because they are helping her. They are cleaner wrasse, and their job is to eat all the parasites and dead skin from the barracuda. Their teeth are sharp and irregular for maximum biting efficiency. From the moment they grow up into fingerlings, these supreme predators are ready to hunt and kill. This fingerling has no idea our infant killers are out there. Even baby barracudas can strike at incredible speeds, up to 40 kilometers an hour. This adult looks like he's bitten off more than he can chew. Barracudas have been known to attack by biting their prey in half. The barracuda may try to take a bite if they believe humans are carcasses, so the secret here is to keep moving. One of the giants of the sea looks more like a snake than a fish. He comes in a beautiful range of patterns and colors. Despite his fierce-looking face, he runs a shy and secretive race of life. He spends most of his time in the safety of holes and crevices, but he's a carnivore and a very efficient hunter. His teeth are like rows of needles, designed over generations to bite into slippery fish. But at his best, he can be a stunning pin-up of the underwater world. The moray eel. This giant moray is at a day spa. Just like the barracuda, he likes to come and have a good clean and exfoliation at the cleaning station. He may be shy, but he's usually quite gentle, and often very curious. The glorious colors and patterns on many morays are a wonderful wardrobe of camouflage. Even the brightest colors can be hard to spot among the rainbows and irregular surfaces of a coral reef. The little wrasse is cleaning a second set of teeth deep in the eel's throat. These teeth can shoot forward to pull prey down the animal's gullet. It looks risky, but the wrasse will not be attacked. This adult has come out into the open to explore the reef and rocks for food. Her eyesight is quite poor, so she relies on a keen sense of smell to find a meal. Her graceful swimming style is like an underwater ballet. Most morays prey on fish and other eels, but some species prefer a more dainty diet of prawns and shellfish. Eels are among the ultimate winners in the race of life. They evolved over 500 million years ago. They are the earliest known ancestor of animals with backbones, and that includes us. This moray is making a meal of somebody else's leftovers. Their backward-facing teeth are perfectly designed for tearing off chunks of flesh. This one is in for a feast, if she can drag her magnificent haul back to safety. Just like the barracuda, the moray's taste for carcasses explains the occasional eel attacks on humans. This undulated moray is on the hunt. It all happens at lightning speed. When the attack is slowed down, it's easier to understand how the sharp teeth can get a grip on their slippery prey. These remarkable animals are not only perfect underwater predators, they are gentle and graceful winners in the oceanic race of life. Coral reefs are like the Amazon rainforest of the sea, which could explain why they are home to one of the most aggressively invasive animals on the planet. This animal is a fish, and it is dramatically different from other fish. Its colors are striking and its fins are graceful, but they also hide massive spines containing deadly venom. This beautiful fish wins its race of life because almost nothing will dare to eat it. It has spread to reefs all over the world with alarming speed. These stripy invaders managed to colonize the Atlantic Ocean along the American coast in only 10 years. Unlike their personality, their taste is described as sweet and delicate. This strange-looking fish can be as small as a strawberry or as big as a watermelon, and they are not shy. Not surprisingly, these fish have been given a range of colorful names. Zebrafish, turkeyfish, butterfly cod. But the name that most people use clearly shows how this fish is king of the tropical oceans. He is a predator with almost no predators. Other animals maintain a respectful distance from him. He is the lionfish. They come in white with black, or different shades of orange, red, and rich pink. Their bright colors are a warning to other creatures that they're venomous. This coral trout is another fierce underwater predator, but this meal is too tricky. Like all lionfish, she can maneuver like a helicopter. She can precisely control an airbag inside her body called a swim bladder, and so she can hold her position at almost any angle. This collection of males and females are each looking for a mate. Lionfish only come together to breed. The rest of the time, they live alone. This fish is on the hunt. She's strayed away from the camouflage of the reef. She fans her lethal fins out for maximum protection. This large male is being more proactive. He fancies his chances of catching some of these bait fish. The rapid strike is the most effective method for grabbing a meal. Despite her bright color, this lionfish is well hidden against the orange coral. She uses her fins to walk along the reef. She's stalking the fry. The ominous shadow of the lionfish is a warning to all. But not all the smaller fish have seen her. Might as well strike while the iron's hot. Lionfish live from 5 to 15 years, unless something eats them first. But given their impressive weapons, many of them live a long and well-fed race of life. The creature lying in these canyons runs an invisible race of life. Of the many strange shapes and creatures on the coral reef, one is so strange he doesn't look like a living creature, and he has the deadliest venom in the world. As we get closer, his outline may become visible. His incredible camouflage makes him one of the most effective predators in the sea. It's a fish that can make herself look like a stone. The stonefish. Stonefish have 13 sharp spines in their dorsal fins. The poison they inject can be lethal to humans. The 5 species of stonefish all live in the tropics. They won't attack humans, but when they're buried in the sand, they're like a trap. Many unsuspecting paddlers and reef walkers have accidentally stood on a stonefish. Stonefish use shape and texture to blend in, as well as color. Sometimes all that's visible is that fierce-looking mouth. Not all stonefish are dull browns and grays. Some add a glorious splash of color to their wardrobe. Stonefish venom is stored in glands at the base of each spine. When attacked, venom is instantly discharged into the spines and injected into the attacker. There are 5 species of stonefish. They're all able to walk on their fins, and they all like to eat small fish and shrimps. This female has decided her hunting ground has run out of food. She's moving on to find richer pastures. Small fish are easy prey for stonefish, but not much of a meal. This fish is completely unaware that danger is lurking beneath. For the stonefish, his race of life requires patience. If this fish is going to win his race of life today, he will need a better memory. Got him at last. Time for the stonefish to sit back on the rocks and digest his meal. This classic underwater predator has a more approachable side. She's known for being the silent killer of the deep. Her silhouette strikes dread into every swimmer, both human and animal. But sometimes she's not as bad as she looks. Her sinister cousins prefer to live far from the warm waters of the reef. Yes, she's a shark, but she doesn't have the reputation of colder water sharks like the bull and the great white. She's not as big, and so neither is her appetite. Unlike their cold water cousins, they often move in large groups. They are still hunters with the speed and skill of all sharks. The huge bait balls of tropical fish are the favorite dining places for these graceful predators. They sometimes work in teams to round up the fish. They have a good set of teeth and an excellent sense of smell. And when there's lots of food around, there's almost a sense of a party. These high-speed hunters run a well-equipped race of life. They are reef sharks. Reef sharks are smaller than their temperate cousins and rarely grow more than 1.6 meters. A school of mullet or whiting may have attracted this reef shark feeding frenzy. Their huge numbers help the sharks win this race of life. They can work together to herd the fish against the shore, so there's no escape. These blacktips are getting together to find a mate. The females swim in long S-bends to show they are ready to meet a male. Most reef sharks are not aggressively territorial, but they do have a regular home range and they will stay close to it for many years. These reef fish are in danger. A reef shark is trying to corner them against the coral. Tropical fish win their race of life against the sharks by using colors and erratic movements to confuse them. But the shark is also a supreme athlete. He can twist and turn at speed to catch his slippery prey. Beneath the coral surface, a colony of crustaceans has attracted the sharks. It's also attracted other fish. This is a wonderful smorgasbord for the reef sharks. Some are so excited they're using their snouts to dig deeper into the coral. One lucky winner has found the remains of somebody else's catch. Reef fish are used to living with sharks. It's hard not to imagine this is just a playful game. This lone shark is waiting for the best time of day for hunting. Sunset, when the shadows are long and the shark disappears against the black rocks. He dives straight in, a catch in seconds. The taste of meat drives the sharks into even more of a frenzy. Now there are hundreds of black tips, all attracted from miles around by the excitement. The holes and crevices provide a refuge for the prey. Shrimps, snakes, and fish are all pushing themselves deep into the rocks. This big eye has arrived at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's racing for his life against the odds, but he's fast and nimble. But so is the reef shark. The big eye's race is over. Feeding frenzies like this are not just a race of life. For the reef sharks, this is a giant team sport. And on nights like tonight, the reef shark is the winner. Underwater predators have adopted extreme measures to hunt and to survive. The fish of the reef need to be fast to escape the barracuda, and wary to survive swimming near the lairs of the moray eel. They may be ambushed by the deadly beauty of the reef, the lionfish, or sucked into the huge mouth of the stonefish. At every moment, they need to be running their race of life against an army of attackers.
From master builders to interior decorators, bulldozers and giant excavators, wildlife are the architects of engineering marvels. Indeed, what we call the wilderness is the home of billions of highly organized workers. For far longer than humans, and often on a much grander scale, animals have transformed our world. In this episode, we see how animal architects build for many reasons. A home for protection and shelter, an elaborate folly to attract a mate, or a cool chamber for a living larder. Some are squatters, renovating existing shelters. Others seek safety and comfort in high-rise nests. This is the story of nature's master builders and how their creations shape our world. In Southeast Asia, orangutan, the people of the forest, live their entire lives in the canopy of the trees. The only great ape to live above the ground. Those trees provide them with everything they need for life. Food throughout the year, and the pathways to get to it. And a home for them and their offspring. But while the forest has been their home for millions of years, orangutan have bent the trees to their will. In the tropics, rain is a constant, and a leaking roof a nuisance. Breaking off leafy branches to make a rudimentary umbrella is one of the shelters that all orangutan learn to make. Simple but effective. During the daylight hours, orangutan are always on the move, eating leaves and searching out fruiting trees. It is the female who teaches the fundamental construction skills that every orang must possess to sleep safely in the high branches. Every night, she constructs a nest that will support their combined weight. First, the right tree must be chosen. It must have sturdy branches that can be bent to make the platform, but branches that won't fracture and break. For this, she needs a basic understanding of the load-bearing capacity that the branches will withstand. She is precise and selective in choosing the first branches for her nest. The stronger branches are bent inwards toward a central point, then twisted so they lock together. As she adds branches, they're always in the same orientation. The smaller branches make the mattress. Sometimes she uses her mouth to blunt the ends of twigs for a pillow. And then she can relax safe in the trees for the night. A simple nest perhaps, but every night the female uses the building materials to hand, based on her knowledge of their structural properties. One mistake, and she and her infant would plummet to the ground 20 meters below. There are countless species that depend upon the world's forests for their homes. For some, a simple leaf is the very foundation of their future. In Australia, caterpillars of the gum moth are preparing for the most dramatic period of their lives, when they transform from a chunky caterpillar to an elegant moth that can breed. But this metamorphosis can only happen within one of nature's most remarkable constructions. The caterpillar anchors itself to a leaf, the foundation. Then it starts to construct its shelter from its own silk. Only moth caterpillars use this construction method. And there are some species that use over 1,000 meters of silk to weave a protective shelter. A cocoon that hardens when exposed to the elements and protects the caterpillar inside from predators. The caterpillars of butterflies do it differently. They shed their outer skin so that their body hardens into a chrysalis that becomes their fortress. In each case, the outer shelter allows the caterpillar to safely move on to the next stage of its life. For another tiny insect in Australia, the eucalypt leaf is not only its foundation, but also supplies it with building materials. Leaf-sucking insects are found around the world, and often they are specific to a single plant species. One of those is the psyllid, an aphid-like insect that builds an elaborate structure called a lerp. As it feeds, it converts the excess carbohydrates into a framework. Then the sugars and amino acids crystallize to create the lerp itself. Hidden and protected, the insect continues to feed and develop. But there is one fatal flaw in this construction. It is made from a sweet honeydew that many birds find a tasty tidbit. Against a beak, this house offers no protection. The giant Asian honeybee is renowned for the defense of its home. To start with, they construct their nest high up on trees, making it very difficult for honey seekers to get close. And rather than sheltering inside their hive, they use their bodies to defend the nest. They form a living and deadly wall. Each of the up to 100,000 worker bees is prepared to die in defense of their queen and home. Hidden by their bodies is their hive, made from wax, sheltering the priceless honey that is the food source for the next generation. An imperative for every home builder. Arid Australia, and hardly a tree in sight. Everywhere there are ants, always busy with workers coming and going. But one species is specialized for life where food supplies can be limited. Two meters below the surface, these ants also rely on honey to feed the next generation and excavate chambers to store it. Some of the workers are chosen to become living honeypots, spending their entire life hanging from the ceiling in the cool of underground larders. Called repletes, they are replenished by the workers who bring the nectar back to their home and pass it to the living honeypots who store it until needed. Other workers approach the repletes and stimulate them to regurgitate the sweet liquid. They then take it to feed the larvae. Even though the underground chambers are sometimes rough and ready, not architectural masterpieces, without them, the living larders and the entire colony could not survive. These are ants that build with a sense of the future. In the tropical north, other ants are on the lookout for some prime real estate. A branch of fresh green leaves is promising, but there's already a housing estate here. Weaver ants are highly territorial and will aggressively ward off any competition. Even caterpillars, many times their size, with the site cleared, it's now time to bring in the ground crew. While the minor workers tend to their queen's latest brood, the major workers are sent to expand territory and build new nests. They have used the same tried and tested construction methods for over 20 million years. They begin by surveying the building potential of the leaves. They test the edges with their strong jaws. This one is not up to standard. And these are not quite fresh enough. Once the perfect construction site is discovered, others soon join in the effort, pulling and bending the edges together. For trickier sections of the build, several ants join themselves together, forming living chains to ratchet their new walls into place. Everyone in the colony must carry their own weight, and often the weight of everyone else. With the leaves in position, it's time to coordinate the next phase of the build. In a nearby nest, minder ants are tending to the larvae. But even the larvae have a job to do. Held securely within its mandibles, this worker ant gently taps the head of the larvae to encourage the excretion of a sticky silk. The perfect glue, which is then threaded in intricate detail to bind the structure together. A large nest can take less than 24 hours to build. A master construction ready for the queen's next clutch of eggs. The woven nest is one of the most complex that any ant builds, but will only last for, at longest, a few months. So these master builders are well practiced. In southern Africa, there are other weavers. Birds, called village weavers. These birds construct small villages of thatched cottages. Sometimes as many as 100 nests in the same tree. Each weaver likes its own private space in the village, so new pairs moving in build for themselves. It's the male who does the building. Location is everything, so first he looks for a vacant spot. Then he starts construction. Using strips of palm or long grasses, he first weaves the exterior of his home. Before finishing off the interior. Inside, there is a nesting chamber where his mate can safely lay her clutch of eggs and care for the young. He's always flying out to bring back new construction materials. But when building, he always keeps his feet in exactly the same position, so that the orientation of his cottage is perfect. The entrance is always at the bottom, hard for intruders. Once built, the female lines her cozy nest with grass, ready for her chicks. Another weaver bird in southern Africa goes about its home building in a different way. These social weavers build a communal nest that is the largest structure built by any bird in the world. Their nest looks like a large haystack, but it's a home for often over 100 pairs, as well as their offspring. These massive nests are honeycombed with entrances, so each nesting pair can have their own private doorway. The nest is used by generations, and some nests have been reported to have lasted for over 100 years. Constantly maintained and renovated. These massive structures attract the eyes of predators. Snakes, once they gain access, can devour the eggs from many of the nesting chambers. Yet the numbers of social weavers using their village will always ensure the survival of the next generation. All birds need a nest of some type for their eggs. Some build with sticks, while budgies take over an existing hollow and become squatters. Others build nests that cling to the branches. White-capped noddies and magpie larks construct cup-shaped masterpieces. While a kookaburra simply takes over a nest that's been built by ants. Some birds just find any construction not worth the effort. Emus scrape a few feathers together before the male becomes a living nest. while pelicans just squabble and steal. For most birds, the nest is a temporary structure. In Central Australia, one bird builds for the generations. The wedge-tail eagle prefers renovation to construction. These eagles have a large home range that they patrol. Thermals lift them high, so their eagle eyes can seek out living prey or carrion. A pair will stay in their home range for years, always choosing a prominent tree for their nest that will give them a view of the surrounding countryside. Their nest is an untidy jumble of dead sticks that is refurbished each year. With sticks and branches piled ever higher and higher, some nests become huge, reaching over 1.5 meters across and sometimes 3 meters deep. Perched precariously in the open and constantly exposed, they must be built strong enough to withstand the elements. And high enough to be out of the reach of grass fires that come with the summer heat. Often 2 eggs are laid and hatch a few days apart. Then the nest becomes a murder scene, as the elder siblings' urge to survive ensures that the adults will only have 1 chick to feed. Eagles come and go, but their home of sticks remains through the years. But for many species, the searing heat of Australia is too much for open nesting. Many insects have it sorted by using temperature-controlled mounds for themselves and their eggs. In the hot and humid tropics, some birds do likewise. For their eggs, at least. A male scrub turkey hovers anxiously near a piled-up mound of leaf litter. Intruders, no matter how small, are warned away. The male is an industrious builder. And while his prized establishment is far from being an architectural showpiece, this mound is his castle, often 1 meter high and 4 meters wide. Upkeep is a full-time job. Only dominant males build mounds. Once constructed, he'll spend most of his day busily scratching at the leaf litter to make sure that the mound remains structurally intact. He'll keep other males away and lives in the hope of attracting passing females. In fact, the mound is little more than a compost heap that maintains a constant temperature for the eggs that are incubating within. By adding leaf litter or removing it, The male maintains the inside at a constant temperature in the mid-30s Celsius, ideal for a nursery. Next door, a male satin bowerbird watches the scrub turkey at work. Before he returns to his masterpiece. Not any piled-up mound of leaves, but the work of a structural engineer. 2 parallel walls made from sticks is carefully built and called a bower. It's not to live in, just to attract a mate. Females choose the male of their desire, firstly based on his ability to craft his building, and then by the way he decorates. Blue. That's the color of choice. And he's not fussy about what he uses. Anything blue, and the brighter, the better. Drinking straws, plastic picnic knives stolen from a camper's table. The more blue, the better. Finishing touches, and she's impressed. Then the romantic spell is broken. Attracted by the movements, the neighbor comes over to make certain that there is no threat to his mound. Equally concerned about the value of his real estate, the male satin bowerbird keeps a safe distance, but a watchful eye. He's looking for any worms or insects he can scratch up. And not a care in the world for the innate display so important for the bowerbird. With the intruder gone, it's time to inspect the damage and chase the blues away. But red is what turns on this home builder. Living only in the remote highland forests of western New Guinea, one of the least colorful of the bowerbird family constructs a mansion. Vogelkopf's bowerbird builds a cone-shaped structure that can be over 1.5 meters in diameter, with a roof as high as 1 meter and an entrance hall like a vestibule. The male decorates the front lawn with colorful flowers, anything to attract a female who'll be impressed enough to move in, if only briefly. After mating, she leaves. Forests around the world are natural providers for homemakers. Whether they construct or simply use whatever is available. Small crevices in rocks or fallen logs provide the ideal shelter for a killer. Who is also a devoted mother. The redback is a native Australian closely related to the infamous black widow spider of North America. The redback makes her home wherever there is shelter from the elements. A tangled and untidy web spun from her silk. In spring, she spins for a different reason. And she spins a different silk, one that is only used for home building. Resting in her web is a do-it-yourself kindergarten for the next generation. As she spins, she has special proteins that convert the liquids inside her body into solid fibers. Spider silk by weight is 6 times stronger than high-grade steel. Inside, as many as 300 young spiderlings have safely hatched. Now it's time to leave and find their way in the wide world outside. But only a few will live long enough to become adults. Even though deadly, the redback sometimes spins for life. While another spider uses her silk for death. Her home is a leaf where she can hide from her predators, while she herself prepares to be one. She is a net-casting spider, and the silk that many spiders use as a home base, she uses for entrapment. Each night she spins and spins and spins. Home building can become a deadly trap. Many large spiders don't spin webs, instead making use of temporary homes that they find on the ground. A small crevice provides the perfect shelter, both to hide and to seek. The trapdoor spider burrows into the ground and will stay in the same silk-lined home for years. She builds a hinged door manufactured from soil, vegetation, and silk. A perfect fit. But much of Central Australia conspires against builders. There's a lack of resources and an unforgiving climate, so some have become expert tunnelers. With the cool of the night, they emerge from burrows dug into the harder soil between the dunes. The bilby, also called the rabbit-eared bandicoot, is an expert desert digger. And another desert marsupial, the mulgara, knows this well and lets the bilby do the digging. Bilbies excavate several burrows, some up to 2 meters deep, and move between them as they forage through the night. Underground, it's a constant 23 degrees Celsius. Air-conditioned comfort that helps to avoid water loss. Spinifex hopping mice move in too, lining their borrowed nests with grass. A home comfort that bilbies don't bother with. The diggings also help the land itself. The disturbance mixes underground soils with the surface. Improving soil quality and trapping any water from the infrequent rainfall. Seeds are trapped and germinate, helping plant distribution in the arid fringes of the Australian deserts. Early settlers were also attracted to these deserts for the mineral riches beneath the surface. Although often the harsh conditions and isolation forced them to abandon what they had built. Even ruins have a use. Cavities left in the crumbling bricks and mortar make a short-term refuge for a striped-faced dunnart. There is shade and shelter from the heat for this marsupial carnivore. But it will only be temporary. Dunnarts have evolved with the arid Australian climate and prefer their own diggings to the ruins left behind. Animal architecture comes in all shapes and sizes, and made from every possible building fabric. But there are animal architects that build using perhaps the most extraordinary components of all: a protective home created from the living DNA of its host. The shell. It's an incredible evolutionary adaptation. Unlike most typical animal structures, shells are not made up of living cells. Instead, proteins are secreted from living tissue that is in direct contact with the shell. The proteins act like a steel foundation, while the minerals that allow the shell to grow is like pouring concrete over the structure. Hermit crabs don't have any protective skeleton that they can create, so they have to improvise. Discarded seashells make a perfect home. However, the crab must move as he grows and find a larger shell to move into. And perhaps the most remarkable shell to be found, and possibly the oldest master builder in the world, is the nautilus. An ancient mollusk that has hardly changed in 500 million years. It is the ultimate submarine. The Nautilus's home is divided into chambers that give it buoyancy and movement, drawing water in and out of its living chamber like jet propulsion. The coloring is perfect camouflage. From above, the darker color and irregular stripes help it blend into the dark water below, while the underside is bright and merges with the surface. Each day, as a minute layer of new shell is laid down, the mollusk can sense the patterns and replicate them. Incredibly, the shell is a part of the Nautilus's genetic memory. As the Nautilus grows, it creates a new and larger chamber, then moves its body into the new structure, leaving the old behind. An adult can build as many as 30 chambers. Most remarkably, the shape of the shell and its composition of crystallized calcium carbonate allow it to withstand an almost incredible range of pressures. It will implode at a depth of 800 meters, a pressure that would crush most submarines. Nature and evolution created a master builder with the perfect structure for moving from the depths to the surface and surviving. Coral polyps are another master builder, creating virtual cities from calcium carbonate that offer an almost unlimited range of homes for countless creatures living alone or together. There's even place for an odd couple sharing the same home. A small fish called a goby and a shrimp live together in a burrow that the shrimp builds and maintains. But being almost blind, the shrimp relies on the goby to warn of predators. Both can retreat into their simple home at the flick of a tail. While oceans may have been a hotspot for biodiversity, freshwater streams are also full of master builders. Caddisfly larvae are just one. They build a portable home for protection. A tubular structure made first from silk secreted from salivary glands, and then reinforced with cladding that can come from a variety of building materials. Grains of sand from the streambed, fragments of rock, bark, and small sticks are neatly arranged and attached to the outer surface. It's a do-it-yourself renovator's dream. As the larvae grows, more material is added, and then trimmed to be streamlined against the current. Of all the master builders, there is one single animal in North America that combines all the skills of a lumberjack, a carpenter, an architect, a surveyor, and a hydro-engineer. The beaver. A member of the rodent family that feeds on all kinds of vegetation, but has developed a special taste for trees that grow alongside streams and rivers. They prefer the inner bark of aspen and poplar, but will also fell and eat birch, maple, willow, as well as many others. They will strategically fell large mature trees to form the basis of their dam wall, the first structure they build. Their large incisor teeth are the perfect tools for the job. In a constant state of growth, not even this intensive woodwork can wear them down. Smaller trees and branches are gathered to bolster the foundations and also serve as a handy food source. Any gaps in the walls are packed with a combination of weeds and mud. These sturdy dam walls are almost perfectly horizontal, showing true building mastery without the use of plumb lines or set squares. The retained water that floods the surrounding forest not only helps them to access their woody food source, but also creates the perfect environment to build a home. A lodge for the whole family. Smaller trees and branches are gathered and piled on top of one another in a sturdy fortress. They're as busy as beavers always are. Once a lodge is complete, the only way in is through underwater tunnels. An entrance hall provides an area for beavers to dry themselves before retreating to the dry living quarters. Here, a family of beavers can insulate themselves against the cold of winter with a constant underwater store of bark-rich vegetation to feed on. There's no need for them to hibernate. Beavers are architects on a grand scale. They build for the future. Their constructions withstand the tests of time. They change the flow of rivers and alter the world around them. Wild workers come in all shapes and sizes, and what they build echoes their needs, small or big. But beavers are truly the master builders of the animal kingdom.
The show, a breathtaking drama. The location, a river in Africa. The main protagonists, crocodiles. Supporting actors involved, everything Africa's wildlife has to offer. The expansive stage of the Masai Mara in Kenya is an ideal location for some stunning combats. Heavyweight conflicts, and touching family scenes. The show centers on the age-old theme of the hunted and the hunters, life and death. But none of the other protagonists can match this one, the killer that comes out of the water. Hardly any other region in Africa is home to a greater multitude of animals than the Masai Mara. This region in the southwest of Kenya is the land of the Masai. These are semi-nomadic pastoralists who live off their herds of cattle and are known to be excellent warriors. The Masai Mara National Park lies in the southwest of Kenya in East Africa and borders on the Serengeti in Tanzania. When the dry period begins in June in the southern Serengeti, innumerable herds of wildebeest join up to migrate over 800 kilometers to the Masai Mara, forever on the lookout for fresh pastures. During this migration, they have to cross several rivers. The greatest obstacle, and one that has to be crossed, is the Mara River. It flows from Kenya through the Masai Mara region and continues on across the border into Tanzania and the Serengeti. At first sight, it may not look particularly threatening, and it is indeed the main artery that keeps the Masai Mara alive. These heat-sensitive hippos rely completely on the river to secure their very existence in the savannah. Nowhere else does the vegetation offer such a wealth of food for the elephants. Depending on their size, these pachyderms also require from 70 to 250 litres of drinking water a day. And nowhere else can lions choose from such a well-stocked table, provided they're ready to wait a bit. The Mara River is the only river in this region that carries water all year round. Only here can the yellow-billed stork trawl the bottom of the river shallows for an endless supply of fish. Only here can the heavy-hoofed animals of the Masai Mara find drinking water in plenty. The banks are often crowded with wildlife for that very reason. That slip could have ended in tragedy. Because for many animals, the Mara River that meanders for nearly 400 kilometers through the savannah is the most hazardous river in the whole of Africa. Because of these fellows. Crocodiles spend the majority of their lives just lying around in their armored skins, doing nothing. As cold-blooded animals, they can only regulate their body temperature through their own activities. They have to enjoy extensive sunbathing sessions to enable them to carry out their sorties underwater. The webs between their toes on the rear feet help them to swim. Their tail, that makes up around half of their 6-meter length, is what drives them. But it can only work if the animal's operating temperature has been reached. If it falls below 30 degrees, the reptile will return to land to warm up. Half submerged, half above the waterline is a popular position. That way one can keep warm and look as harmless as a large piece of wood. But can mutate into an underwater torpedo in an instant. At the moment, though, there is little prey to go for, so a more leisurely pace is perfectly acceptable. Walking along the riverbed uses less energy than those powerful flicks of the tail. What looks like boredom-induced yawning is in fact temperature regulation. By opening its mouth, the reptile prevents its brain overheating. If it's still too hot, it moves into the water. A lunchtime doze underwater is only possible for a crocodile if the water is very warm. The geographical range of their existence is restricted to tropical and subtropical regions. They can't afford to waste too much energy. Most of the time throughout the year, they just wait, ready to attack with their fearsome jaws containing more than 70 teeth. Crocodiles share their habitat with hippos. In the Masai Mara, there are especially large numbers of hippos. These socially orientated animals form small herds of up to 30 individuals. Underwater, these heavyweights even look elegant, thanks to the buoyancy effect of the water. Rather than actually swimming, they tend to walk underwater. They spend most of the day in the water because their sensitive skin would crack in the intense summer heat. They can stay underwater for up to 5 minutes before they have to come up again for air. As a rule, one older bull will live together with a group of females and their young. The animals are generally related and maintain friendly contact with one another. As long as there is sufficient water in the river, there are no grounds for rivalry. Elephants also like to congregate around the Mara River. The smaller ones are best off keeping close to the adults. That way, they're less likely to become a crocodile's next lunch. Elephants are among the most socially orientated animals in the world. This little elephant has not yet learned how to use its trunk to drink with. That muscular appendage is still in the way. It takes a while for baby elephants to learn what useful tools their trunks are. The older adults can use their muscular trunks as a most versatile multi-tool. During meal times, it fulfills both the grab and the cutlery functions. This little one can't start learning a moment too soon, even if it is kept fed by its mother's milk for many months. In greetings, the trunk acts as a handshake appendage, and the mutual smells tell the other party the identity of the caller. And if it's not quite long enough to scratch with, one can always use a termite hill. This mother cheetah and her 3 almost fully grown young and 2 younger males have made their way down to the river. The brothers share the remains of the gazelle they caught. But the female cheetah also has to get some fresh food in for the family. The youngsters follow her, hopefully. The brothers are so involved that they don't even notice the family. This one has been distracted. One youngster has discovered the hidden camera. But the mother has her sights on something else. What is that thing that neither runs away nor attacks? But what she has discovered does indeed run away. She begins the hunt. A hare can accelerate up to 70 kilometers an hour, but the cheetah is even faster. This big cat can even reach speeds of 100 kilometers an hour over short distances. Hares are famous for their zigzag running strategy, but the cheetah is nearly as smart. The big cat's strategy is to cause the prey to trip up with a carefully aimed hit of the paw. And yet, despite that particular failure, no other predator has such a high success rate as the cheetah. Half of its hunting sorties result in a catch. After hunting, the mother needs a long break to protect herself against overheating. The brothers also need time to recover. Full stomachs make one feel sleepy. It's not only the main stretch of the Mara River that is attractive to animals. Its stagnant oxbows are a haven for thriving aquatic vegetation, which has a regular supply of fertilizer thanks to the hippos. The ibises make use of the heavyweight creatures as platforms in their search for insects, some of which they find on the hippos' heads. The crocodiles are even better camouflaged here than in the clear waters of the main river. Out on an inaccessible sand spit, the next generation is making its first moves. The female will have laid the eggs here 3 months ago in a nest made of sand and vegetation residues. The brooding temperature determines the sex of the young ones. In Nile crocodiles, the young will only be male if the eggs are maintained at a temperature of 32 to 35 degrees. Above or below that temperature range, the young will be female. The calls they produce while still inside the eggs appear to stimulate the brood. They all hatch at the same time. Hardly have they left their nest when they are approached by a cavernous mouth. Just hatched, and their short lives already at an end? But not a single scale will be damaged. Their mother heard them calling and is transporting them safely to the water. Female crocodiles are extremely caring mothers and keep a watchful eye on their young for quite a while. Early on, these miniature lizards demonstrate their talent at surprising their prey. A fully grown giraffe may not need to worry much about a crocodile, but the act of drinking is still quite awkward. It's not only the fact that they almost have to kneel down to drink. The animal has to apply considerable muscular effort to move its head downwards. Giraffes have a powerful tendon that keeps their head and neck upright when at rest. The river and its green banks attract many giraffes. For a long time it was felt that these animals had developed their long necks simply to give them unrivaled access to the higher leaves on the trees. However, they often eat vegetation at half their height. An alternative theory suggests that the long neck was used for a completely different purpose, to give the bulls an advantage when fighting over a female. These two young bulls are merely practicing. They're gauging their strikes very carefully. They live in loosely structured bachelor groups, but later become loners. If they then meet a rival during the mating period, there will be no consideration for the other. They will then apply full power to their strikes, and their rudimentary horns, or ossicones, become dangerous weapons. The objective is to knock one's opponent off its feet. Many contests of this kind have left the loser dead. These two are not in any way intending to injure each other, let alone kill. But practice makes perfect. Afternoon in the Masai Mara. Not quite the ideal hunting time for the lions. This group of banded mongooses is quite safe to pass by. These diurnal animals go hunting as a group. The leader of the pack is one of the older females. Still time for a little nap before work starts in earnest in a couple of hours. The mongooses scour the terrain for beetles, larvae, and other insects. Now and again, they dig down a little to unearth a particularly tasty morsel. Even if they go out as a group, each mongoose searches for itself. Occasionally, a mother and her young will dig together, but normally mongooses hunt individually for food. There are nevertheless close ties within the group, which will usually consist of 3 to 4 pairs and their young. In the Masai Mara, this results in groups of around 35 animals. Impala are seldom seen alone. This very young male is still allowed to be in the herd. The female is presumably its mother. Otherwise, these herds consist of females and a few of the older males who will fight each other for mating rights during the mating period. The dominant male will change from time to time at the top of the field. Outside the mating period, they graze peacefully together. In contrast to the wildebeest and zebras, impalas do not migrate outside the national park, so the lions have always got a steady source of food. That's an important point because lions, in contrast to crocodiles, can't go without fresh food for long periods, especially when they have young. They may not be babies anymore, but they're not able to hunt for themselves and rely completely on the adults. But it can take a while before they actually manage to deliver the goods. Lions are the only big cats that form a pride and maintain close social contacts. By contrast, the hippopotamus morphs every evening from socially orientated family member to lone individual, each grazing on its own. The hippos have to graze at night. Unlike the diurnal zebras, hippos would not survive extended grazing periods in the blazing sun. The king of the savannah still does not appear to be in a hunting mood. But soon he will set off on that errand. The animals in the Masai Mara have to be constantly on the lookout. The fact that hippos have skin that is so sensitive to the sun, making them nocturnal grazers, may be linked to their ancestors. They're related to whales. These massive creatures need not fear the dark. They have no predators. And anyway, the buffalo is busy with something else. It's in particular the smaller hunters, like the mongooses, that rely on the cover of darkness. The hippo has to devour at least 40 kilograms of vegetation every night, which only accounts for 1 to 1.5% of its body weight. A new day dawns, and with it the start of the greatest drama of the Masai Mara. The first wildebeest reached the river region. Behind them is an 800-kilometer energy-draining migration. It's far greener here than in the overgrazed Serengeti. In the Masai Mara, the rain and drought periods are less extreme than in the southern Serengeti. Heavy thunderstorms keep ensuring a supply of fresh water, which benefits the green vegetation. Before the animals embark on the most difficult part of their journey, crossing the river, they enjoy a rest and take the edge off their hunger. They specialize in short grass. It replenishes itself relatively quickly, but is grazed to nothing in a short time, which is why these animals keep searching for new pastures. Their broad mouths, large incisors, and mobile lips make them the perfect lawn mowers. For some, though, the luscious green came too late, and it doesn't take long before they're discovered. For the vultures, wildebeest that die of exhaustion are a feast. Ruppel's vultures specialize in large carrion, such as wildebeest. The marabou may be larger than them, but the vulture's sharp curved beaks are far superior, both as meat-cutting tools and weapons. These feathered scavengers do not like sharing. Some are so involved in infighting they forget to eat. But these quarrelsome creatures provide an important service to the Masai Mara. By stripping carcasses, often right down to the bare bones, they prevent the spread of epidemic diseases. When they're not fighting, Ruppel's vultures can devour as much as a fifth of their own body weight in one sitting. That can be 1 to 2 kilograms. Having eaten their fill, they find taking off a bit cumbersome. Together with the first wildebeest, we see many zebras arriving in the Masai Mara. Zebras eat the longer, tougher grass, which opens up the way for the wildebeest to get to the shorter grass that's rich in nutrients. As compensation, the enormous herds of wildebeest provide protection for the zebras against attackers. It's normally the zebras that go down to the river first. And they have been waiting for this moment. Crocodiles know from experience where the animals will cross the river. Driven by thirst, the exhausted travelers make their way to the water. As long as the crocs are moving, they will be detected in good time. The lions have also taken up their positions and have already had a successful hunt. But it's not enough for the full pride. The lions know exactly which points on the river are the easiest for the zebras and wildebeest to cross. While some of the lionesses keep a watchful eye on the young, others are closely watching out for the arrivals by the river. The lionesses, mostly mothers and daughters, sisters, aunts and nieces, form the hunting party. Crocodiles may not be quite as social, but later they will need each other as well. More and more wildebeest gather on the opposite bank. They're facing the greatest challenge of their long journey. The steep banks alone that line the Mara in many places are hard to overcome. But the wildebeest have no choice. Down by the river, the life-saving herd becomes a liability. Hundreds of animals push their way forwards, leaving no opportunity for escape. The underwater hunters are on their way. There is simply no end to this sumptuous meal. The wildebeest are well aware of the dangers, but they have to get through. The river literally puts obstacles in their way, and those rocks are often deceptively slippery. Once the first animals have dared to enter the water, there's nowhere to go but forward. The crocodiles try to attack the open flanks. If they get too close to the thick of it, they're at risk themselves. Now the wildebeest have to run the gauntlet. They have managed to reach the safety of the bank. But some didn't make it. The wildebeest summon their last reserves of strength. Their ability to leap is their only chance. The safety of the individual lies in the sheer mass of the herd. But the crocodiles are not alone. Once one of them has grabbed a wildebeest, it attempts to drag it underwater. The other crocodiles will help. Each bite has the force of 2,000 kilos. Crocodiles are merciless opponents. And the animals that passed the first hurdle are faced with the next ambush. The lion attempts to immobilize the wildebeest by biting into its throat. Even if they survive the river, they can still be trampled underfoot. The youngest wildebeest, born only a few months before in the Serengeti, are experiencing this terrifying migration for the first time. They need to get back up to strength. But the trek must go on. Driven on by the stressful experience, the animals quickly take control of their new terrain. This large-scale partnership of convenience will now separate into smaller herds until it's time to return to the Serengeti in 2 months' time, following well-trodden ancestral paths. The Battle of the Mara is over for the time being, and the vultures will finish what the crocodiles could not. They're still living in the lap of a rare luxury. Even if a crocodile didn't manage to kill its own wildebeest, there are plenty of fallen and drowned animals floating right past their noses. After a few days, the carcasses are easier for the crocodiles to tear apart than freshly killed ones. Despite their armory of teeth, crocodiles can't bite off bits of their prey. They have to rip them to pieces by shaking them from side to side. Even though they cooperated in the hunt, they do not like sharing. For the lions, the riverside hunt is now over. But the pride had a successful hunting trip. There's plenty for everyone, and even the chance for the youngsters to practice dismembering the kill. And practicing the fatal bite to the throat. For the youngest, it's all just a game. Their teeth are not yet powerful enough to tear the skin. They still need the adults for that. A full stomach feels good. Both the adults and their young feel playful. But this unconcerned rollicking can't last long. The adult lions know that if they leave the carcasses unattended for long, there will soon be nothing left. So they drag them to a safe larder, a tough task even for a fully grown lioness. Hunting and eating are thirsty work. Lions do not scoop up water with their tongues. The rough surface of the tongue binds the drops of water, and that causes a pillar of water to follow through the adhesive action between the water molecules. The surface area of the Masai Mara is a mere tenth of the size of the Serengeti. And yet it provides sufficient food for both the new arrivals and the long-established indigents. Most of the steppe zebras and wildebeest are migrants. These common cesabe live here permanently. The males like to stand on raised hummocks to keep an eye on their territory and their females. Since both sexes look very similar, the females often copy this behavior to confuse male intruders. Giraffes have an even better view of the surroundings, which is why zebras like to stay close to the giraffes. In the searing midday heat, every unnecessary movement is avoided. Even the jackal can't summon the energy to hunt. The hyenas are no different. Despite their reputation, hyenas are not merely dim scavengers. These youngsters will grow up into skilled hunters, capable of attacking even large hoofed animals such as wildebeest or zebras, individually or as a pack. But that time is still some way off. Mother hyenas suckle their young for a year, longer than most other hunters. Hyenas live in clans, controlled by the females, and with a clearly defined hierarchy. The mother will pass her role on to her cub. Common tsessebi are the preferred prey of hyenas, but not in the merciless midday heat. Nevertheless, even after the Great Migration, the drama of life and death is replayed over and over again in the Masai Mara. An African buffalo has died and has not yet been discovered by scavengers. Its companions try to protect it, and it looks as if all of them feel the need to reassure themselves that their fellow buffalo really is dead. The herd is looking confused and disorientated. Perhaps the dead animal was a dominant, mature female. Related cows form a group with a very strict hierarchy. If a high-ranking animal dies, the herd first has to reorganize itself. The saddle-billed stork is also a carrion eater, but has to wait until others have ripped open the carcass. The young tawny eagle is much better equipped. As pure vegetarians, elephants are most definitely not interested in carrion. In contrast to popular belief, however, they do not only eat leaves. In the savannah, they eat almost exclusively grass, and lots of it. An adult elephant will devour 200 to 300 kilograms of vegetation a day. They eat for as much as 17 hours a day, but this does not stop them having a little tiff. Even the babies try to work out how Mummy does it. But this little one has chosen the wrong place. Despite gorging themselves in this way, the adolescents need a long time before they're fully grown. Not until they are 20 years old are the bulls in a position to take on other competitors. The herd is not alone. The rare hook-lipped rhinoceros is known to be one of the most dangerous animals in Africa. This herd of elephants is relatively vulnerable because of the young calves. They're not able to run away very fast. The aggressive rhinoceros bull considers the elephants to be a threat. But the lead cow wastes no time and is ready to protect her herd. Even a rhinoceros is unlikely to take on a 3-ton heavyweight. herd relaxes again. The younger ones are practicing contests for later life. But they're back in someone's sights again. The cows remain unperturbed. The young are safe as long as they are close. As usual, working out what a useful tool the trunk is fun. However peaceful the scene may appear to be, the elephants face an uncertain future. Poachers are still keen on killing these majestic animals for their tusks. Every year, the population of African elephants drops by 8%. Close to the Mara River, there are many smaller woodland areas, and the impalas love to retreat to these places. One story higher up, an Anubis baboon keeps a watchful eye. On the ground, its fellow baboons are searching for titbits. The baboons dig in the ground for insects and roots. To be able to ride piggyback, an infant has to be at least 6 weeks old. Until then, the babies cling to their mother's furry underbelly. And once they are a year old, they have to fend for themselves. At an age of around 3 months, the young begin to take an interest in each other and play together. The watchman issues a warning. The lion has no chance. The strong males hold their posts until the danger has passed, ready at a moment's notice to attack if their harem is jeopardized. He is a far more dangerous risk for the baboons. Leopards attack from an ambush. The martial eagle has already found its prey. It's still too hot for the leopard. Big cats do not go hunting until dusk. But they are already being watched. Raptors often stay close to larger hunters because there's a good chance that a successful hunt will leave something for them. But it's looking as if they will have to wait a bit. Or will they? No, this leopard has a rather different aim. He uses a secretion from an anal gland to mark out his territory. The powerful smell is a clear warning to rivals. Keep your distance. The black-backed jackals did not want to wait any longer. But they're having a tough time keeping those annoying vultures at bay. The moderately sized hunters are clearly outnumbered by the vultures, and a fair amount of their freshly replaced energy gets used up again. Even a successful hunt in the Masai Mara does not mean that the spoils are all one's own. Frequently, the jackals will have to relinquish their hard-won carcass to larger hunters like lions and hyenas. Jackals, leopards, lions, cheetahs, they all make sure that the life and death drama here is a continuous daily cycle. Each of them has its own way to play the game, and each produces a slightly different, often unexpected result. But none of them plays the game in the same dramatic and unusual way as these animals. They're waiting for the day when, once again, they play the leading role in the greatest drama of the Masai Mara. The day the wildebeest crossed the river. Until that day, there will always be more modest roles to play. Whether the prey is big or small, the director's instructions are always the same. Has this yellow-billed stork not noticed the living tree trunk? Or is that tree trunk still full up from its last wildebeest supper? Whichever way it goes, there's permanent tension in the air. And whatever happens, the result is not known in advance.
Whatever walk of life, from bug to bear, we are all under threat. Every second, somewhere, something goes wrong for an animal. There's a fight or an attack. What decides our fate? Is it predetermined who lives or dies? Or do we take our chances, living our lives, constantly, seconds from disaster? Plumes of smoke, a volcano